What would you do if the shadows around you held beasts that could swallow entire villages whole? In the flickering light of crackling fires, ancient people huddled together, eyes wide with terror as thunderous roars shattered the night. The air was thick with the scent of fear, mingling with smoke as the stories of monstrous creatures whispered through the darkened woods. A dragon, its scales glinting like shattered glass, swirled in the minds of those who had seen its fiery breath scorch the earth. They spoke in hushed tones of chimeras with the bodies of lions and the wings of eagles, creatures birthed from nightmares that haunted their sleep. In a world where the supernatural was a sinister companion, every rustle of the leaves could signal the arrival of a creature fueled by ancient rage. The tales spun wildly, drawing lines between reality and myth, creating an invisible web of dread. What kind of existence is it when the very fabric of life is stitched with the fear of being devoured? The legends were born of blood and bone, each recounting an encounter twisted by time, morphing into a tapestry of horrors that transcended generations. Some believed these beasts were guardians, sent to protect sacred spaces, while others whispered that they were harbingers of doom. The ancient Greeks spoke of the Minotaur lurking in labyrinthine shadows, a creature as lost as it was savage. The towering heights of mountains cradled the icy breath of frost giants, while the seas churned with the haunting cries of sirens, luring sailors toward their watery graves. Each account was laced with a sense of foreboding, echoing through valleys and across mountain ranges, leaving an indelible mark on the psyche of humanity. But why did these monstrous figures persist? Why had the ancients carved their likenesses into stone and painted their images upon the walls of caves? Every stroke told a story, a warning to generations yet to come of the dangers that lurked on the fringes of their existence. Each creature embodied the fears of the unknown, a tangible representation of humanity's struggle against nature's indifferent wrath. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the land, villagers would bolster their defenses, their hearts racing with the knowledge that nightfall brought with it the whispers of the beasts. Children clutched their parents' hands tightly, eyes darting toward the tree line, where shadows danced with malevolence. The drums of war echoed in their chests, pulsating like the heartbeat of a world on the brink of chaos. Tales of legendary creatures were not just stories. They were lifelines woven into the very fabric of ancient societies. They were warnings of the unpredictability of a world that could change in an instant. With every flicker of lightning that illuminated the darkened sky, legends surged back to life, demanding attention and igniting a primal fear that lay dormant within. In a landscape teetering on the edge of myth and reality, the creatures of the past were poised to rise once more, their presence felt in every gust of wind, their legacy living on through the ages. A shadow flickers across the fire, momentarily distorting the faces of the gathered tribe. They huddle closer, the warmth of the flames battling the cold dread that seeps in with the night. In the dark corners of their minds, ancient fears whisper, twisting around their thoughts like tendrils of smoke. It is here, in this sacred circle of flickering light, that one can feel the weight of their ancestors, their stories embedding a visceral chill into every heartbeat. The origins of fear are not merely tales to frighten children, they are the very fabric of humanity's history, woven into the myths that have echoed through time. In the shadow of towering mountains where the air is thin and the clouds are heavy with secrets, early humans faced an unforgiving world. The rustling of leaves could mean a predator lurking nearby, the sudden howl of the wind a portent of disaster. With each crack of lightning they saw their gods, powerful beings who controlled the storms and earthquakes, who could bring both bountiful harvests and devastating famine. To them, fear was not an emotion, it was a primal instinct, a reminder of their fragility in the face of nature's relentless fury. As evening descended, the elders of the tribe began to recount stories that had been passed down through generations. Tales of powerful gods like Zeus, who hurled bolts of lightning from the sky in anger. His gaze could freeze the blood of mortals, making the bravest warriors tremble before his might. Then there was Hades, ruler of the underworld, whose very name sent shivers down the spine. The belief in his dark domain haunted dreams and filled hearts with dread. These gods were not distant figures. They were intimately tied to the lives of the tribes, reflecting their fears, hopes, and desires. Every tale wrapped its tendrils around the listener's heart, igniting a flame of anxiety that flickered in their eyes. They spoke of monsters and spirits that roamed the earth, hidden in the shadows, waiting for unsuspecting souls. The Greeks told of the fearsome Minotaur, a grotesque creature lurking in the labyrinth, a symbol of the chaos that lurked within the human mind. The fear of losing one's way, of becoming trapped in a maze of uncertainty, resonated deeply. Each heartbeat echoed the belief that the labyrinth was not just a physical structure, but a reflection of their own internal struggles. Across the seas, the Norse people feared the wrath of Loki, the trickster god who thrived on chaos and deception. Stories of his cunning and treachery were recounted around the warmth of the fire, where faces glistened with sweat and fear. They spoke of Ragnarok, the prophesied end of the world, where even the gods themselves would be swallowed by the darkness. Such tales were not mere entertainment. They served as warnings, reminders of the ever-looming threat of chaos and destruction. Tales of the underworld permeated cultures, resonating with a universal dread of the afterlife. The Egyptians illustrated their beliefs through elaborate funerary practices, guiding lost souls through the treacherous realm of the dead. The weighing of the heart against a feather spoke of the ultimate fear, being judged and found wanting. The weight of this fear settled heavily on the hearts of those who sought to live virtuously, for death was not an end, but a transition into the unknown, fraught with peril and uncertainty. In the chilling night, stories morphed into collective fears, echoing through time, morphing into shapes that remained hauntingly familiar yet dreadfully foreign. The ghosts of lost warriors and scorned deities danced in the flickering firelight, a reminder that the past never truly fades away. They linger in the air, a constant presence shaped by the fears of those who came before. In the depths of vast forests, tribes believed in spirits that guarded the trees and rivers, watching with unblinking eyes, waiting for a moment of weakness. They built altars and left offerings, trembling at the thought of angering these unseen forces. Each rustle of leaves felt like a whisper, a warning that the spirits were ever watchful, their mercy fleeting and their vengeance swift. The forest was a realm of both beauty and trepidation, a living entity where life and death danced delicately together. As the elders continued their narratives, fear twisted into something deeper, a shared understanding of mortality. The inevitability of death hung over them, a specter that loomed large in their lives. It connected them, reminding them of their shared humanity. Each tale was a thread, weaving them together in an intricate tapestry of existence, binding them with the knowledge that they are not alone in their fear. As the fire crackled and spitted embers into the air, the heart of the tribe beat in unison, a rhythm dictated by the tales of old. They were stories of gods and monsters, of love and loss, of life's fleeting moments. In this gathering, they were reminded that fear, though often paralyzing, also forged bonds that could not be broken. It was a language that transcended time and space, echoing from generation to generation. With each story told, the weight of fear lightened ever so slightly, replaced by a sense of unity. They knew that though the darkness was ever present, so too was the fire that burned brightly between them. The flickering flames cast shadows that danced like the spirits of their ancestors, reminding them that they are connected by a lineage steeped in the very essence of fear and survival. And as the last words faded into the night, the tribe felt a stirring restlessness, a yearning to confront the fears that had haunted their ancestors. They sensed that this night was just the beginning, a prelude to greater tales yet to unfold. The path ahead beckoned with the promise of unknown challenges and adventures, their hearts racing with both excitement and trepidation. Fear, they understood now, was not just something to dread. It was a powerful force that could shape their destinies, driving them toward the next chapter, where the shadows would deepen and the stories would continue to unfold. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting its golden hue across the craggy mountain peaks, where shadows danced like whispers. Within the folds of mist, the ancient tales of dragons stirred to life, their stories woven into the very fabric of civilization. Legends spoke of their great wings spanning clouds, their eyes glowing like molten gold, and their breath igniting the air with flames hot enough to melt stone. In a time long past, when the earth was younger and magic hummed in every breeze, dragons were not mere creatures of fable. They were the essence of fire and scale, a living heartbeat of the world. King Thorgar's army had camped beneath the watchful gaze of the high peaks, their fires crackling as they shared tales of conquest and bravery. Yet the bravest tales were those spun around the flickering flames about encounters with the serpentine beasts. Soldiers leaned in closer, eyes wide, hearts racing, as they recounted the time a dragon had snatched a livestock herd in a single swoop, the panic of the villagers echoing in the cool night air. Stories told of the dragon's scales, shimmering like jewels that caught the light from the moon, each one a testament to its ancient lineage. Some claimed that each scale held the wisdom of 1,000 years, whispers of wisdom that could illuminate the darkest corners of a man's heart. With each flicker and crackle of the fire, the soldiers could almost feel the heat radiating from the dragon's breath, hear the thunderous roar that could shatter the silence of midnight. In far-off lands, the people revered dragons as divine beings, guardians of the mountains and keepers of secrets. The ancient Chinese mythology spoke of dragons as symbols of power and strength, their serpentine forms curling through the skies like ribbons of silk. Each dragon represented different elements: water, earth, fire, and wind, woven into the very identity of the nation. As the rhythm of the seasons shifted, so too did the dragon's influence, guiding farmers during the rain and protecting them from droughts with their mighty wings. But not all tales were wrapped in reverence. In the icy north, the Vikings spun darker stories. They spoke of dragons as harbingers of doom, fierce beasts that would rain flames upon their villages, leaving nothing but ash in their wake. The fear was palpable, curling in their chests like a hidden ember, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. They crafted intricate runestones, their harsh lines depicting dragons poised to strike, a chilling reminder that the beasts were not solely creatures of awe, but also of terror. Time rolled on, and the tales of dragons morphed with each passing generation. In medieval Europe, dragons became the ultimate adversary for knights in shining armor. Brave souls rode into battle, hearts pounding in their chests, swords gleaming in the sunlight as they sought out these mythical beasts. The clash of steel against scale resonated through the valleys, a haunting symphony of courage mixed with fear. Many a knight met his fate in the fiery embrace of a dragon, their names etched in history as both victors and victims, forever entwined with the legend of the beasts. Yet, amidst the fire and fury, there existed an unspoken bond between dragons and humanity. The Celtic legends whispered of dragon lords who taught ancient secrets of the earth to wise women and men. Those who dared to commune with these majestic creatures found themselves gifted with visions of the future, their dreams interwoven with the dragon's fiery essence. It was said that one could glimpse the very threads of fate, their hearts racing as they felt the pulse of the universe in their veins. As tales traveled across borders, the dragons transformed once more. In the deserts of the Middle East, they morphed into majestic beings of wisdom, protectors of knowledge. The Arabian Nights spun tales of dragons safeguarding treasures beyond imagination, buried deep within the sands, whispering secrets to those who dared to seek them. The travelers who navigated the treacherous storms of the desert could almost hear the dragon's laughter, a sound that echoed like thunder, daring them to delve into the mysteries that lay beneath the shifting dunes. Each story unveiled yet another layer of the dragon's existence, a tapestry woven with threads of fear, awe, and admiration. The air was thick with tension, as if the very spirits of the dragons lingered close, watching, waiting. Whispers would pass through crowded marketplaces, tales of dragon sightings stirring excitement and dread alike. The simple farmer, with dirt beneath his nails, would recount the time he saw a serpent-like figure silhouetted against the moon, its eyes glowing like embers, leaving him trembling in both reverence and terror. With the passage of time, dragons faded into the shadows of myths, a flickering flame in the hearts of the people. Yet, their legacy endured, as the stories were etched into the stone of ancient castles and painted upon the walls of forgotten tombs. Every crack in the earth, every gust of wind, seemed to carry a hint of their fiery breath, a reminder that they were never truly gone. In the present, amid the bustling cities and the serenity of nature, the existence of dragons loomed just out of sight. Children gazed at the night sky, wondering if the stars were the eyes of dragons, watching over them from above. Tales of old still echoed in the whispers of the wind, leaving behind a shiver of excitement and fear, as if the dragons themselves were waiting for the right moment to unfurl their wings once more. A thunderstorm rolled in, lightning flashing across the sky like the strike of a dragon's tail against stone. The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand on end. In that moment, as the earth trembled beneath the weight of the impending storm, it felt as if the very fabric of time held its breath, waiting for the return of the serpentine beasts of fire and scale. The night was alive with possibility, and with every heartbeat, the stories of dragons lingered, ready to erupt into flames once more. In the dim light of a flickering fire, shadows danced along the walls of a weathered ship's cabin, where sailors sat huddled together, their faces pale with fear and anticipation. Outside, the sea roared like a wild beast, waves crashing against the wooden hull with a ferocity that threatened to swallow them whole. The air was thick with tension, as the men spoke in hushed whispers about the creature that prowled the depths beneath them, the Leviathan. This was no ordinary beast. Legends spoke of its monstrous size, its scales glimmering like treasures lost to time, and its eyes that shone like stars in the abyss. It was a horror that lingered in the minds of men who dared to venture too close to the edge of the world. From the earliest days of human history, civilizations along coastlines painted vivid pictures of the Leviathan, a terrifying amalgamation of fear and fascination. The ancient Egyptians carved images of serpentine creatures on temple walls, believing them to be guardians of the Nile, while the Phoenicians, skilled sailors of the Mediterranean, spun tales of enormous fish and sea serpents that threatened their ships. These stories were more than mere myths. They were warnings, born from the depths of human experience and the unyielding unpredictability of the ocean. Somewhere far from the safety of the shore, sailors recounted chilling encounters with the Leviathan. They spoke of monstrous shadows lurking beneath the waves, causing the very sea to tremble. A Roman historian once scribbled down a chilling account of a giant creature with a maw wide enough to swallow a ship whole. He wrote feverishly, hands trembling as he described the terror that gripped his heart as he witnessed the creature breach the surface, its gargantuan form rising like an island from the deep. The men around the fire, captivated and terrified, could almost feel the spray of salt water on their faces as they imagined the Leviathan crashing back into the depths, leaving only chaos in its wake. But it wasn't just the sailors who feared the Leviathan. The fishermen of ancient times told tales of disappearing nets and boats overturned by unseen forces. It was said that the creature had a knack for knowing when the fishermen were most vulnerable, striking with relentless fury. One fisherman recounted a night when his boat was tossed around like a toy in the grip of a storm. He claimed he saw the Leviathan's tail emerge from the waves, a massive, dark silhouette that seemed to swallow the moonlight itself. For generations, these stories passed from mouth to ear, each retelling adding layers of dread and wonder. The Bible, too, echoed with the name of the Leviathan, describing it as a creature of chaos and destruction, a symbol of humanity's struggle against the unforgiving power of nature. In the book of Job, it is said that God created the Leviathan to remind humanity of its place in the grand design, a force so mighty that only the divine could hope to tame it. This portrayal sparked imaginations, igniting visions of sailors clinging to their faith as they braved the tempestuous seas, praying for mercy from the creature that lurked below. As the tales spread, they morphed and evolved, intertwining with the cultures that told them. In Norse mythology, a creature known as Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent, wrapped itself around the world, a being so vast that it could encircle the earth. It was said to be the arch-nemesis of Thor, and their epic battles echoed through the ages, filling hearts with both dread and excitement. The Leviathan, in its many forms, became a vessel for humanity's deepest fears, the unknown, the uncontrollable. The vastness of the sea that could swallow lives whole without a trace. As night deepened and the wind howled like a mournful spirit, the sailors shared tales of ships lost to the Leviathan's fury. They spoke of a fabled ship, the Venture, which had set sail with a crew of skilled men, only to vanish without a whisper. The captain's courage had braved many storms, but against the Leviathan, even he had trembled. Eyewitness accounts claimed that as the Venture sailed into uncharted waters, a shadow fell over it. The water churned and roiled, a great wave rising as the creature surged forth, its maw agape. Not a soul survived to tell what truly happened that fateful night. The flickering fire cast long, eerie shadows that mirrored the darkness within the hearts of the sailors. They felt the chill of the sea breeze as it whispered secrets of the abyss, reminding them that they were mere mortals in the presence of ancient forces. Each man could feel the weight of the stories, the sense that the Leviathan was more than just a creature. It was an embodiment of nature's wrath, a reminder of the fragile thread that held their lives in balance. Amidst the rising tension, the wind suddenly shifted, bringing with it an unsettling silence. The sailors exchanged nervous glances, their hearts pounding in unison. Had they awoken the beast? Just then, a distant roar echoed across the water, a sound like thunder that shook the very timbers of the ship. It sent shivers down their spines, and they could almost hear the deep, rumbling laughter of the Leviathan, a reminder of its eternal presence. With every heartbeat, the anticipation grew heavier, pulling them closer to the precipice of their fears. The tales of the Leviathan had woven themselves into the fabric of their lives, and now it seemed they were to face their own reckoning. The stories had risen from the depths like the creature itself, pressing in upon them, leaving no escape. The sailors leaned closer to the fire, their minds racing with thoughts of survival and courage, yet knowing full well that they were mere pawns in a game played by the gods of the sea. The boundaries between myth and reality blurred, and they could almost feel the Leviathan's presence thrumming beneath the waves, a dark promise of what lay ahead. Each man's breath hung in the air, a prayer or a curse as they awaited the next chapter in the ancient story of the sea and its monstrous guardian, forever hungry, forever watching. The air was thick with dread as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows across the ancient stone of Crete. In the fading light, whispers of an unspeakable terror echoed through the labyrinthine passages of a forsaken maze. At the very core of this twisted structure lurked a creature that stirred fear in the hearts of even the bravest souls: the Minotaur. No ordinary beast, the Minotaur was born of a horrific union. Legend told of Pasiphae, cursed by the gods to desire a bull, and from that forbidden love came a monster, a being with the body of a man but the head of a bull. a grotesque symbol of the chaos that had befallen King Minos' kingdom. The inhabitants of Crete spoke of him in hushed tones, their voices laced with terror and respect. To encounter the Minotaur meant certain death, a fate sealed the moment one stepped into the maze. The labyrinth itself was a marvel of architectural genius, designed by the cunning craftsman Deities. Its walls twisted and turned with no clear route to freedom, each pathway leading deeper into despair. Those who entered were enveloped in darkness, the chilling silence punctuated only by the echo of their own footsteps and the distant, dreadful growls that reverberated like a warning from the very bowels of the earth. As night fell, the Minotaur stirred in his lair, his heavy breathing mingling with the rustle of shadows. He was not merely a beast, he was a guardian, a sentinel of an unspeakable secret buried within the labyrinth. His existence was bound to the fate of the city, a living embodiment of its darkest sins. As he paced, his hooves clattered against the stone floor, each sound resonating like a tolling bell, announcing the arrival of impending doom for those foolish enough to wander into his territory. In the depths of the labyrinth, a flicker of hope was about to ignite in the heart of a young hero. Theseus, a brave soul from Athens, had come to confront the creature that haunted the nightmares of countless Cretan families. He bore a heavy burden, the weight of his people, the lives of those lost to the Minotaur, and the desire to end the horror that loomed over the island. With a heart beating with determination and fear, he grasped the thread of Ariadne, a lifeline gifted to him by the princess who had fallen in love with him. She had promised that this thread would guide him back, a beacon against the dark, should he succeed in slaying the beast. As Theseus stepped into the labyrinth, darkness enveloped him like a thick cloak. The air was stale, tinged with a metallic scent that hinted at the bloodshed that had stained these stones. Every sense heightening, he pressed forward, the thread trailing behind him like a whisper, a reminder of the path he must retrace. With each step, the oppressive silence grew heavier, and the tension in the air thickened, as if the very walls were watching. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the corridor, sending chills racing down his spine. Heart pounding, he crouched low, straining to listen. The growl grew louder, more ferocious, reverberating off the walls like a thunderous warning. He could feel the ground tremble beneath him, the creature awakening from its slumber, drawn by the scent of an intruder, a potential sacrifice to its insatiable hunger. In that moment, the Minotaur surged forward, his hulking form bursting into view. The sight was terrifying, muscles rippling under a hide of coarse fur, eyes glowing like embers in the dark. It stood there, a figure of nightmarish power, a creature of raw ferocity. Theseus's resolve faltered, fear clawing at his insides, but he remembered the lives at stake, the families left shattered by this beast's rampage. With a surge of courage, he drew his sword, its blade glinting faintly in the dim light. The Minotaur charged, a whirlwind of fury as it barreled down the corridor, its roar shaking the very stones of the labyrinth. Time slowed, the moment stretching into an eternity as Theseus prepared for the clash. Sweat dripped from his brow, his breath quickening as he steeled himself to meet the monster head-on. The impact was thunderous. The two forces collided, a clash of man and beast that sent tremors through the labyrinth. Theseus, fueled by a mixture of fear and determination, fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal. The Minotaur swung its massive horns, each strike aimed to shred flesh, but Theseus danced around the blows, narrowly escaping death each time. The labyrinth bore witness to their struggle, the walls echoing with the sounds of battle, a symphony of chaos and desperation. With every thrust and parry, Theseus felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. The Minotaur was relentless, each clash sending shockwaves through his body, but he did not falter. In a moment of clarity, he remembered Ariadne's thread, the promise of escape. Fueled by this thought, he summoned every ounce of strength, every fragment of will, and launched himself at the beast. The final blow came swift, a desperate strike aimed straight at the heart of the monster. The Minotaur let out a blood-curdling roar, a sound that punctured the very air, echoing through the labyrinth like a wailing ghost. As the creature fell, the ground shook, and a deafening silence descended, the weight of its life extinguished, leaving only the heavy toll of loss. Triumphant, yet breathless, Theseus stood over the fallen beast, the adrenaline coursing through him, mingling with the somber reflection on the violence and tragedy that had defined this encounter. The labyrinth, once a symbol of terror, now felt strangely quiet, almost reverent. The flickering torchlight illuminated the path ahead, leading him back to the surface, but the true cost of victory lingered in the air like a bitter aftertaste. As he retraced his steps, the thread of Ariadne guiding him home, the silence of the labyrinth had transformed. It was no longer a place of dread, but a solemn reminder of the battle fought and won. Yet, the shadows that clung to the walls whispered of other secrets hidden within the stone, tales of vengeance and sorrow that awaited those who dared to tread the path of fame and glory. The labyrinth had not been merely a prison for the Minotaur, it was a keeper of dark memories and ancient stories, threads interwoven with the fate of every soul who dared enter. The night air was thick with tension, and the shadows whispered secrets of the past. Somewhere, a distant howl echoed through the valleys, a haunting reminder of what lurked beyond the flickering firelight. Beneath that pale moon, fears took form, and legends began to breathe again. In the ancient land of Lycia, where the mountains kissed the sky, a creature of nightmares stirred, a creature woven from the very fabric of horror. The Chimera, a beast born of unimaginable nightmares, was a strange amalgamation of terror. Its body was powerful and muscular, resembling that of a lion, with matted fur that glistened like dark gold under the moonlight. But as one gazed deeper, the horror unfolded. Rising from its back was the head of a goat, twisted and brutal, its eyes wild and chaotic, glinting with an unnatural light. Finally, the creature's tail was no ordinary appendage. It was a serpent, slithering and coiling, its fangs ready to strike. Every part of the Chimera was a contradiction, a clashing of worlds, a nightmarish hybrid that defied nature's design. People spoke of the Chimera in hushed tones, their voices trembling with fear. It was said that the beast roamed the hills, devouring livestock and leaving behind only whispers of its dread. Farmers and shepherds often spoke of the day they glimpsed the creature, a split second of horror that burned into their memories. Some claimed to have seen it breathe fire, a flaming breath that could turn the night into day, while others insisted it was invincible, impervious to arrows and swords. With every tale that spread, the Chimera grew in size and ferocity, becoming an unholy terror that haunted their dreams. In a secluded village, nestled between the valleys, a young warrior named Bellerophon felt the weight of the tales pressing upon him. He was determined to face this terror and rid his homeland of the monster that plagued their lives. With each step he took toward the mountain, the chill in the air seemed to tighten around him. The villagers watched from their doorways, their eyes filled with a mix of hope and dread. They whispered his name as if it were a spell, hoping it would bring him luck in what lay ahead. The path wound steeply upward, edged with rocks that seemed alive, ready to tumble. Bellerophon's heart beat a steady rhythm of courage, yet doubt crept in like a thief. What if he were not enough? What if the stories were true? He gripped his sword tightly, its weight a reminder of the courage he sought. Each step brought him closer to the beast, and with each step the air thickened with anticipation. As darkness enveloped the mountains, the ground trembled slightly as if something wicked was approaching. A low growl rumbled through the air, and a sense of unease washed over him. The tales had not done justice to the sound of the Chimera, a growl that seemed to echo from the very bowels of the earth. Bellerophon paused, taking a shallow breath, the chill biting at his skin. In that moment he felt the presence of something ancient and powerful, something that had existed long before human beings dared to tread upon these lands. A flash of movement caught his eye, and there it was, the Chimera. It stood atop a rocky outcrop, a figure both magnificent and horrifying. The lion's head roared, a sound that clawed at the very essence of courage, while the serpent's tail flicked menacingly, a silent promise of death. Bellerophon felt his heart race, a mix of awe and terror gripping him. This was no mere beast. It was a nightmare made flesh. With the creature's eyes fixed upon him, Bellerophon charged forward. His sword raised high, every ounce of fear and hope coiling within him like the serpent's tail. He felt alive, exhilarated by the challenge that lay ahead. The Chimera responded with a furious roar, unleashing a plume of fire that lit the night sky, illuminating the dark shadows that danced around them. Bellerophon ducked, narrowly avoiding the flames that singed the air around him. The battle that unfolded was like a storm, chaotic and furious. Bellerophon dodged the creature's lunges and slashes, swinging his sword with precision, feeling the energy of the earth beneath him. But the Chimera was relentless. Its movements wild and unpredictable. It was a creature of nightmares, and every encounter felt like a dance with death. As the fight raged on, the goat's head screeched, a high-pitched wail that echoed through the night. Bellerophon could almost feel the despair radiating from the villagers below, their hopes hanging in the balance. Each clash of metal against scales sent shivers through the air. The serpent tail whipped around, striking Bellerophon with the force of a raging storm. He staggered but regained his footing, determination hardening in his heart. The beast was more than just a creature. It was a symbol of fear, of chaos unleashed. With every strike, Bellerophon felt like he was battling not just the Chimera, but also the weight of history. The countless warriors who had come before him, each one failing to defeat the horror that had claimed their lives and dreams. He was not merely fighting for himself. He was fighting for every soul that had ever cowered in fear of the dark. But in that moment of desperation, a glimmer of hope flickered within him. The stories told of a weakness in the Chimera's heart, a chink in its monstrous armor. Bellerophon recalled the words of the village elder. The beast had a blind spot, a fleeting moment when it could be struck down. It was a chance, a single moment to turn the tide of battle. With renewed resolve, he focused on the creature before him, waiting for that opportune moment to strike. The battle was far from over, and as the Chimera lunged once more, its roar echoed like a thunderclap, shaking the very mountains around them. Bellerophon could feel the weight of destiny pressing against him. This was not just his fight. It was a fight that would echo through the ages. As he stood poised to strike, the shadows deepened and the night air hummed with ancient power, promising that this was far from the end. The Chimera's fury was only beginning to unfurl, and the clash between man and monster was about to reach its most terrifying climax. At the break of dawn, when the world was still cloaked in shadows, the first light danced upon the peaks of rugged mountains, illuminating a creature of legend perched high on a craggy ledge. With the body of a lion and the wings and head of an eagle, the griffin soared through the air, majestic and terrifying at once. It was said that its piercing gaze could spot a thief from miles away, and those daring enough to encroach upon its territory often felt the chill of fear grip their hearts. Nestled within the ancient lore of the Greeks, the griffin was more than just a mythical beast. It was a guardian of treasures, a sentinel watching over gold and jewels buried deep within the earth. The people spoke of it in hushed tones, sharing tales of travelers who had vanished, their screams mingling with the wind as the griffin swooped down from the skies. Its wings, massive and powerful, cast looming shadows over valleys, a reminder that not all who sought wealth would return. One such tale began in a small village where a group of miners unearthed a glittering cache of gold coins and sparkling gems. They had dug deep into the earth, their axes clanging against stone, unearthing treasures long buried and forgotten. Excitement buzzed through the air, but old men warned them of the griffin that guarded such riches. They told stories of brave souls who had met their doom, faces twisted in despair as the creature's powerful claws tore through the air, striking down those who dared to disturb its slumber. The miners, young and reckless, laughed off the warnings. They felt invincible, intoxicated by thoughts of wealth and fame. But as they celebrated their find, a dark cloud gathered above the mountains, rumbling ominously. The light shifted, and an uncanny silence fell over the village as if nature itself held its breath. That night, beneath a moon cloaked in swirling clouds, the unexpected happened. A piercing screech echoed through the valley, sending shivers down the spines of the villagers. The griffin had come. A flash of golden feathers against the moonlight signaled its descent, and the ground trembled beneath its weight as it landed at the edge of the village, eyes glowing like lanterns in the dark. The miners, frozen in place, felt a wave of dread wash over them. With every heartbeat, they understood that they had awakened a force they could not comprehend. The griffin's massive wings beat against the air with a thunderous roar, and its keen eyes scanned the village, searching for the intruders who dared to claim its treasures. Those who had been so eager for gold now stood paralyzed, the weight of their greed heavy in the night air. As the griffin took to the sky again, it circled overhead, its shadow casting a pall over the miners. It released a cry that resonated with the power of ages, a sound that wasn't merely an animalistic roar, but a complex language of warning and wrath. Among the miners, panic surged. Some fled for their lives, while others, gripped by a mixture of awe and terror, felt their courage falter. They had coveted the treasures but had failed to consider the cost of disturbing a guardian of such magnitude. In the heart of that chaos, one miner, a young man named Elian, felt a strange connection to the creature above. As his companions scattered, he remained rooted to the spot, his heart racing with something akin to admiration. The griffin was not merely a beast, it was a symbol of nature's power, a living reminder of the boundaries set between man and the divine. It was a protector, not just of gold, but of balance itself, an ancient force that should not be trifled with. Elian watched as the griffin soared higher, the moonlight reflecting off its magnificent feathers, creating a halo around it. It was beautiful and terrifying, embodying the very essence of freedom. With every beat of its wings, it seemed to communicate a message, a reminder that treasures are not just riches to be hoarded, but are part of a greater tapestry that includes the very spirit of the earth. But the night air was thick with tension, and a storm brewed within Elian's soul. His fellow miners had crossed a line, and now they were paying the price. The griffin swooped down, its talons glinting like swords, and Elian felt a surge of empathy. He understood the guardian's anger. They had acted foolishly, blinded by greed, and now the creature was left with no choice but to defend its domain. With a deep breath, he called out, an echo of a plea against the roaring winds. "We meant no harm. We only sought to provide for our families." His voice was swallowed by the night, but he pressed on, feeling a connection to the griffin that transcended fear. In that moment, he understood that the beast's wrath was not just for himself, but for the land, the treasures that belonged to it, and the balance that had been disrupted. The griffin hesitated mid-flight, its wings momentarily folding as it regarded Elian. The air crackled with raw energy, and for a heartbeat, the two locked eyes. Elian saw something in that gaze, an ancient wisdom, a sorrow for the loss of respect that humanity had shown the earth. It was a moment stretched thin, a pause where the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next move. But then, the moment shattered. A thunderous clap of lightning split the sky, and the griffin let out another ear-piercing scream. It was a warning, a proclamation that no one could ignore. With a swift dive, it aimed for the group of miners who remained huddled together, trembling in fear. Elian felt the ground shift beneath him, the earth awakening with the creature's fury. The villagers were not just threatened, they were being called to accountability. In that instant, a choice lay before Elian. Would he flee with the others, or would he stand his ground, hoping to break through the veil of fear that surrounded them? His heart raced as he made his decision, knowing that to confront the terror of the skies could either lead to his salvation or his doom. As he raised his arms in a gesture of peace, he felt the weight of history pressing down on him, the stories of those lost to greed and the warnings etched into the very stones of the mountains. With a determination that burned brighter than the fear in his heart, Elian stepped forward ready to face the griffin. The creature hovered just above him, majestic and intimidating. The air felt charged, alive with the potential for change. Would it recognize his sincerity, or would it see him as just another greedy soul seeking treasure? The answer hung in the air like the storm clouds overhead, and with every moment that passed, the tension thickened, the stakes rising higher than the mountains themselves. The damp, musty air of the ancient castle whispered secrets long forgotten, its stone walls heavy with the weight of time. Shadows flickered under the flickering light of the torches, casting eerie shapes that danced along the cold stone. A flick of movement caught the corner of an eye, and a shiver ran down a spine. The chill in the air was more than just the kiss of winter. It felt alive, as if the very stones breathed in fear. For in this castle, legends spoke of a creature so terrifying that the bravest knights would turn pale at the mere mention of its name: the basilisk. The tales of the basilisk were passed down through generations, evolving like the serpent itself. Descriptions varied. Some spoke of a serpent with glossy green scales, while others painted a picture of a monstrous beast, its body coiled around itself like a living noose. Its eyes, however, remained a constant, a deadly gaze that could petrify a man at 20 paces. Few lived to tell the tale of those who had encountered it, for the basilisk was as much a harbinger of death as it was a creature of awe. In medieval Europe, the basilisk captured the imagination of scholars and common folk alike. Ancient texts recounted its origins, often suggesting that it was born from an egg laid by a rooster and incubated by a toad. This strange conception only added to the creature's mystique. The combination of life and death, beauty and horror fused into one being, a creature that was a mirror of humanity's deepest fears. The air thickened with tension as the stories of the basilisk spread, creating panic in villages that believed they had seen this beast lurking in the shadows. Farmers found their livestock petrified, still as statues in their fields, eyes wide in perpetual terror. Children were warned to stay close to home, lest the basilisk claim them as its next victims. Those who doubted the tales whispered about the absurdity of such a creature, but even they felt a shudder ripple through them on moonless nights when the wind howled like a lamenting spirit. Within the hallowed halls of the great libraries, scholars pored over manuscripts, searching for a way to defeat the creature that haunted their nightmares. They scoured the writings of ancient philosophers and poets, piecing together bits of knowledge that could unravel the monster's secrets. The writings of Pliny the Elder, an ancient Roman, spoke of the basilisk with terrifying clarity. He claimed that just a sight of the creature could bring death, and that only the crowing of a rooster could drive it away. But what could one do if faced with its gaze? What weapon could shield a man from an enemy that existed in the realm of nightmares? A wave of last-minute courage surged as knights prepared to confront the creature, armed with swords that gleamed in the faint light. They whispered prayers to gods they hoped would protect them from the basilisk's deadly stare. The bravest among them, a man named Sir Cedric, was known for his unwavering resolve, but even he felt the weight of dread settle on his shoulders. The night before his fateful encounter, he lay awake, haunted by the stories of those who had come before him, those who met the creature and were never seen again. With the breaking dawn came the promise of reckoning. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with a mix of hope and fear, their breaths held as they awaited the night's return. Sir Cedric strode into the forest, the trees looming like ancient sentinels watching over him. The air grew thick with silence, and each step felt heavier than the last. He clutched a mirror, the only weapon that could reflect the basilisk's deadly gaze back upon itself. Would it be enough? The thought clawed at his mind as he ventured deeper into the woods. Then, a rustle, an ominous warning. The very earth trembled as the basilisk slithered into view, its scales glinting ominously in the dappled sunlight. Its eyes glowed like molten gold, bright and terrifying. Sir Cedric's heart raced. He forced himself to raise the mirror, his hand shaking as he caught the creature's gaze in the reflective surface. Time slowed as he witnessed the horrifying truth of this beast, a predator whose beauty masked its deadly intent. For a moment it seemed as if the world stood still. The forest held its breath as man and beast locked eyes. The basilisk lunged, a flash of green and scales that glimmered with sinister light. Sir Cedric's instincts kicked in. He angled the mirror just in time. The creature's gaze met its own reflection, and with a piercing hiss that echoed through the trees, it recoiled, the power of its own stare crashing back upon itself. But the moment of victory was fleeting. A darkness loomed in the air, a sense of dread wrapping tighter around him. The ground quaked beneath his feet, and the forest seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. Sir Cedric's breath caught in his throat as he realized that defeating the basilisk was only the beginning. The ground shifted. Shadows danced menacingly, and a cold wind swept through the trees, carrying with it a sense of something far more sinister than the monster he had just faced. Unbeknownst to him, other eyes watched from the shadows, creatures of legend, beings that thrived in the dark corners of the world, stirred by the disturbance. The basilisk, though defeated, was merely a piece in a far more complex game of life and death. As Cedric stumbled back, the weight of the forest's secrets began to reveal themselves, and he felt a terrible truth press against him like a vice. The tales of the basilisk were not just stories to frighten children. They were warnings, and the battle had only just begun. Beneath the placid surface of the ocean, a colossal shadow lurked, waiting for the unwary. Tales whispered among sailors for centuries spoke of a creature so large, so terrifying, that it could bring even the bravest men to their knees. The Kraken, a name that conjured images of monstrous tentacles rising from the depths, had haunted the dreams of countless seafarers. With every crashing wave, the chilling thought lingered. Was today the day they would meet the beast? In the early days of exploration, as ships set sail from bustling ports, they carried with them both hope and dread. The tales spun by old mariners were filled with wonder and warnings. They spoke of ships being pulled under, crew members disappearing without a trace, and the haunting silence that followed. These stories, though often dismissed as mere exaggerations, left an indelible mark on the hearts of those who navigated the waters. The Kraken's origins can be traced back to the cold, dark seas surrounding Scandinavia. Here, the creature was more than a myth. It was a terror that gripped the minds of fishermen and sailors alike. In the 1700s, the famous naturalist Francesco Negri documented accounts of monstrous sightings in the waters near Norway. He recounted tales of a giant beast that could drag entire ships beneath the waves. The fear woven into his words seemed to leap off the page, spinning a web of anxiety that engulfed anyone who dared to read them. Imagine a ship, the sails billowing against the wind, filled with laughter and camaraderie. The crew shares stories of daring adventures, clinking mugs of ale together, their voices rising above the sounds of the crashing waves. But in the back of their minds, the grim tales of the Kraken linger. They glance at the horizon, where the sun melts into the sea, casting eerie shadows that dance across the water. Something is out there, hidden beneath the surface, waiting. One such evening, a ship named the Fury found itself on a journey across the North Atlantic. Its captain, a grizzled veteran of the seas, had heard the stories but refused to let them instill fear in his heart. He was a man of the ocean, confident and unyielding. As night cloaked the ship, the waters turned calm, an unsettling silence enveloping the crew. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered. A low rumble reverberated through the hull, sending shivers down the spines of the sailors. They exchanged nervous glances, their laughter silenced. Then it happened. A dark mass surged beneath the ship. The water churned violently, and before they could comprehend, a massive tentacle shot up, wrapping around the ship's hull. Panic erupted as men scrambled, shouting orders, their hearts racing. The Kraken had come, and it showed no mercy. It was a primal struggle between man and beast, life and death. The ship's timbers creaked and groaned as the creature pulled with overwhelming force. In those frantic moments, the crew fought back, throwing harpoons and cannon fire at the beast, but it was like striking at the very sea itself. The Kraken roared, an otherworldly sound that echoed through the night, drowning out the cries of the men. The ocean seemed to boil, waves crashing against the ship, a tempest unleashed by the creature's wrath. As the fury tilted precariously, the captain looked into the abyss, where the dark waters concealed the very essence of fear. He could see the glint of monstrous eyes watching him, calculating, waiting. Time elongated, each second stretching into eternity. It was a moment suspended, where dread took form in the shape of a creature that had existed in the shadows of myth and legend. The Kraken's arms thrashed, sending men flying into the icy waters, their screams swallowed by the depths. The captain, resolute, rallied his remaining crew. They must fight. They could not allow terror to consume them. But as the ship began to splinter and break apart, the realization set in. The creature was not just a legend, but a reality far more horrifying than they could have ever imagined. Many ships met a similar fate. The annals of maritime history are littered with the remains of vessels that dared to traverse the waters where the Kraken reigned. The ghostly whispers of sailors who vanished without a trace created a chilling narrative, weaving throughout coastal towns. Tales of the Kraken became synonymous with nautical folklore, stories that parents recounted to keep their children from straying too far from the shore. Yet, even as fear spread across the oceans, fascination grew. Artists and writers immortalized the beast in their works, depicting it as a symbol of nature's fury, an embodiment of man's eternal struggle against the unknown. From the ink of ancient texts to the brushstrokes of famous artists, the Kraken became more than a creature. It was a legend that transcended time, a reminder of the mysteries that lay beneath the waves. In the 19th century, the Kraken resurfaced in popular culture, with writers like Alfred Lord Tennyson penning verses that sent shivers down the spines of readers. The beast once again captured the imagination of a generation, feeding the flames of fear and curiosity. As steamships began to dominate the seas, the tales of the Kraken took on a new life, becoming both a warning and an invitation to those who dared to tread its waters. As night fell once more upon the ocean, distant thunder rumbled ominously, hinting at the storm to come. The air grew thick with tension, and the waves churned restlessly. The Kraken, that haunting shadow beneath the surface, stirred once again, ready to remind the world of its terrifying power. The crew of another unsuspecting ship felt a shiver run down their spines as they sailed into the unknown, blissfully unaware of the lurking terror that awaited them. With every stroke of the oars, every snap of the sails, they drifted closer to that fateful moment when the Kraken would rise again, a reminder of the primal forces of nature that no man could tame, a presence that would forever haunt the tides of history. As twilight descended upon the emerald hills of ancient Ireland, a chilling chill swept through the air, whispering secrets of the past. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like restless spirits. It was the hour when the veil between the known and the unknown thinned, and tales of old began to stir. In this world, the worm was not just a creature of myth, it was a living nightmare that slithered through the dreams of men. The worm, a serpent-like being from Celtic lore, was feared and revered in equal measure. Legends spoke of its immense size, its scales shimmering like polished stone, each ripple a testament to its other worldly power. Villagers would gather around flickering fires, the flames casting distorted shapes against the night, as they exchanged stories of the worm's wrath. It was said that when it coiled around a mountain, the very earth trembled beneath its weight and the sky darkened, as if the sun itself dared not look upon such a creature. In the misty glens, children would listen wide-eyed, their imaginations alight with visions of this magnificent beast. They would hear tales of the worm's legendary battles with heroes, when valiant warriors confronted the creature, swords raised high, only to find themselves ensnared in the crushing embrace of its coils. The air would crackle with tension as they recounted the moment the hero, heart pounding, found himself facing the embodiment of chaos and terror. The worm was not merely a monster, it was the embodiment of nature's raw and untamed fury. An old bard, with a voice as deep as the ocean, would recite the story of a great king who sought the worm to protect his kingdom. The king, brave yet foolish, ventured into the shadowy woods, where the trees seemed to whisper warnings. "Beware the worm," they seemed to say, "for its heart is as cold as the stones it guards." With each step the king took, the ground beneath him pulsed, beckoning him closer to the creature that slumbered in the depths of the earth. The bard's tale painted a vivid picture. The king finally arriving at the mouth of a cave that gaped like a wound in the earth. As he entered, darkness enveloped him, and the scent of damp earth filled his lungs. It was here, in this suffocating silence, that he encountered the worm, its eyes glinting like twin moons in the dark. The moment was electric, filled with anticipation as the creature stirred, revealing rows of jagged teeth that shone like the blades of fallen warriors. The king's resolve began to falter, but it was too late to turn back. The worm spoke in a voice that rumbled like thunder. "Why have you come, mortal?" The king, trembling yet resolute, spoke of his desire to protect his people, to harness the worm's power for good. But the worm only laughed, a sound that echoed through the cave, chilling the blood in the king's veins. "Power comes at a price," it hissed, and the very walls seemed to close in, echoing the truth that some bargains should never be struck. The emotions in that cave were raw: fear, desperation, and a flicker of greed. Even as the king's heart raced, a part of him yearned for the strength that the worm could offer. But legends warn of the danger of such desires. The worm would grant nothing without a sacrifice, and the price could be more than any hero could bear. As the bard's voice rose with the tale, a sudden hush fell over the listeners. They could almost feel the moist breath of the worm on their skin, taste the tension in the air. The story unfolded further, revealing how the king, compelled by ambition, made a fateful choice that would haunt him forever. With a sword forged in ancient fires, he struck the worm, believing he could subdue it. In that moment, the earth shook and the sky rumbled with fury, as if nature itself reacted to this act of defiance. The worm twisted and writhed, its fury a tempest unleashed. The cave walls trembled, and rocks fell like rain. The king's heart sank as he realized the futility of his actions. The worm was not a beast to be conquered. It was a force of nature. With one last surge of power, the worm unleashed a torrent of magic that sent the king flying across the cave, leaving him broken and breathless, a mere footnote in the creature's endless saga. The villagers felt that familiar chill as they listened, the weight of the worm's presence thick in the air. The flames flickered wildly, casting shadows that seemed to writhe with life. They understood the lesson woven into the tale, that some things in life are better left untouched, that the allure of power can lead to one's undoing. As the night deepened, the stories shifted, intertwining with the very fabric of the land. Each narrative of the worm echoed through the hills and valleys, infusing the earth with a sense of dread and awe. Whispers of its existence lingered like a haunting melody, a reminder that the worm was not merely a creature of flesh and blood, but an immortal spirit of the wild, a guardian of secrets best kept in the shadows. And so the worm continued to slither through the hearts of men, drawing forth their fears and desires, a reminder of the power and peril that lay within the unseen. Its story became a cycle, an eternal dance of creation and destruction, where every hero who dared to challenge it found themselves ensnared in its mythos, tales passed from generation to generation, echoing long after the fires had died down. With each retelling, the worm grew larger in the minds of those who dared to listen, its presence looming over the landscape, forever entwined with the very essence of Celtic culture. The night deepened, the air thick with unspoken promises and fears. In the shadows, the worm waited, coiled and ready, a reminder that every story has a heartbeat, and every heartbeat holds a secret. In the vast, sun-scorched deserts of the Arabian Peninsula, a shadow loomed over the land, eclipsing the sun and casting a tangible chill upon the earth below. It was said that the roc, a colossal bird of prey, could snatch a horse from the ground with a mere sweep of its mighty wings. Stories of this fearsome creature danced on the lips of traders and travelers, sending shivers down the spines of those who dared to dream of its existence. The air crackled with anticipation, thick with the scent of adventure and the whisper of legends that thrummed like a heartbeat in the silence of the dunes. Long ago, beneath the midnight sky, a fisherman named Sinbad found himself on the shores of a forgotten island. The moonlight glimmered on the waves as he sat by his small fire, recounting tales of his past to a handful of eager listeners. They leaned in closer, eyes wide, hearts racing as he spoke of shipwrecks and storms, but it wasn't until he mentioned the roc that the air grew heavy with suspense. He described its wings, vast as a ship's sails, its beak sharp enough to slice through the thickest armor. With each word, the listeners felt the weight of dread and wonder, the thrill of possibility. As he spoke, stories emerged from the shadows, of merchants who vanished without a trace, of sailors who returned with wild, hollow eyes, claiming they had seen mountains soar into the sky, only to realize they were the roc's wings unfurling against the horizon. Sinbad's voice trembled as he recounted the day he had stumbled upon one of its nests, hidden high in the jagged cliffs. The nest was as large as a small house, its walls lined with the glittering bones of creatures long forgotten. A single egg lay at its center, pale and fragile, glowing with an otherworldly light. The very air crackled with magic, and Sinbad felt the pull of destiny tugging at his heart. But it was not mere wonder that drove him to that nest. It was fear, a primal instinct that rooted him to the spot. He had heard whispers of those who had dared to disturb the roc's domain. Legends spoke of men who had tried to steal its treasure, only to be met with a tempest of wrath as the creature descended from the sky, a blur of feathers and fury. Sinbad's heart thundered in his chest as he imagined the creature's piercing gaze, sharp enough to see through the very fabric of a man's soul. His skin prickled with the realization that he stood at the edge of something ancient and terrible. The moment hung in the air, thick and electric. Sinbad's breath quickened as he envisioned the roc soaring above the clouds, its wings casting shadows on the land below. He felt the weight of history pressing down upon him, generations of fishermen and sailors who had gazed up at the sky, wondering if the tales were true. And then, as if summoned by his thoughts, the ground trembled with a distant roar, a sound both majestic and terrifying, echoing across the waves. It sent chills racing down his spine, and the fire flickered, casting eerie shapes against the night. In a heartbeat, the air shifted, and a gust of wind swept through the camp, carrying with it the stench of salt and the promise of turmoil. Sinbad's companions exchanged worried glances, hearts pounding in rhythm with the unseen force drawing nearer. They huddled closer together, each of them feeling the ancient magic of the roc's dominion wrap around them like a shroud. The moon dimmed, and for a moment, darkness engulfed the world, broken only by the twinkling stars that seemed to watch in silent awe. Then, with a deafening rush, the roc broke free from the clouds. a magnificent silhouette against the night sky. Its wings unfurled with the power of a storm, each feather shimmering like polished obsidian. The sound of its wings was a thunderclap, a cacophony that shattered the silence and sent waves crashing against the shore. Sinbad stood frozen, eyes wide with both terror and awe. The legend was real. The rock was no mere figment of imagination. It was a living, breathing embodiment of nature's fury. His companions gasped, their faces pale with fear, hearts racing like the galloping hooves of 1,000 horses. The great bird circled overhead, surveying the land with an ancient wisdom, a knowing that sent shivers down their spines. Its talons, sharp as daggers, glinted in the moonlight as it descended, a living shadow that blotted out the stars. Sinbad felt the pulse of the island beneath him, the earth vibrating with the presence of the beast above. Every legend whispered of the rock's protector, the one who guarded its secrets and treasures. Sinbad had often wondered who or what this guardian was. Was it a spirit? A creature of magic? Or perhaps the rock itself harbored a consciousness that extended beyond the physical realm? The questions hung in the air, thick as the mist that rolled in from the sea, wrapping around them like a cloak of mystery. As the rock landed with a resounding thud, the ground shook and the air filled with a primal roar. Sinbad's heart raced, a drumbeat of fear and exhilaration. The very essence of courage surged within him, urging him to step forward, to confront the unknown, to uncover the truth behind the legends. But as he took a breath, he could feel the weight of the moment, the tension hanging like a taut string ready to snap. The stories were not just tales, they were warnings, echoes of those who had faced the rock and had been forever changed. What would it mean to encounter such a creature? Would it bring fortune or doom? The air crackled with unanswered questions, each one more tantalizing than the last. As the rock unfurled its wings once more, casting a long shadow over the island, Sinbad felt the world shift around him. The past and present collided with a thunderous crash, and in that instant, he knew that the adventure was only just beginning. The rock had awakened, its roar shattering the silence of centuries, and the tales would never be the same again. The very fabric of reality seemed to tremble with the promise of what lay ahead, a tapestry woven with threads of destiny, danger, and the allure of the unknown. A chilling wind swept through the forest, bending the trees as if they bowed to an unseen force, whispering secrets only the shadows understood. It was the kind of night where every rustle in the underbrush sent shivers spiraling down the spine, where the moon hung low, veiled by ominous clouds. In this setting, the legend of the Wendigo came alive, a figure so haunting it was said to hunger for human flesh, lurking between the shadows and the flickering flames of campfires. In the rich folklore of the Algonquin tribes, the Wendigo was more than a mere monster. It was a spirit birthed from the darkest corners of winter, where hunger gnawed at the soul. It was described as emaciated, towering over the tallest men, with skin stretched tight over its bones, glistening like ice. Its eyes burned with an insatiable desire, reflecting a hunger that seemed to consume not just the body, but the very essence of those who encountered it. The stories, told around crackling fires, spoke of men driven to madness by the relentless grip of starvation. When blizzards engulfed entire villages, when the land offered no game, some would succumb to the temptation of cannibalism. In that desperate moment, a transformation would take place. Those who feasted on human flesh not only fed their bodies, but invited the spirit of the Wendigo into their hearts. They became the monster itself, losing their humanity to satisfy a primal urge that echoed through centuries. One particular tale haunted the elders of a small Algonquin tribe, passed down like a whispered prayer. It was about a hunter named Kitchi, once a man of great strength and courage. He ventured into the frozen woods, hunting for his family. Days turned into weeks, and the snow fell heavier, wrapping the trees in a shroud of white. Kitchi found himself alone, his stomach hollow and aching. With each passing day, survival became a haunting melody in his mind. As desperation clawed at him, he stumbled upon the camp of another hunter, a man who had vanished in the same wilderness. Kitchi felt the weight of choice crushing him. There, in the stillness of the night, he chose to eat the flesh of his fellow man, believing it necessary for his survival. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The forest held its breath, and the cold grew fiercer as if sensing the darkness that had crept into Kitchi's heart. But the choice bore a terrible price. The Wendigo's icy fingers curled around his soul, transforming him into something unrecognizable. His laughter became a haunting echo in the woods, twisted into a mockery of joy. With every hunt, he grew more powerful, yet more consumed. His body became a vessel of insatiable hunger, and his spirit drifted further from the warmth of humanity. The elders warned their children to heed the tale of Kitchi, the man who lost himself to the Wendigo. They emphasized the danger of letting hunger push one towards darkness, of abandoning hope. But as winter returned year after year, so too did the stories of hunger-fueled madness. The Wendigo was not just a tale, it was a living memory, a reminder of what happened when desperation reigned. One winter, far from the tribe, a group of settlers found themselves trapped in the relentless snow. They had come seeking freedom and fortune, but instead found themselves fighting against the cold and the crushing weight of starvation. Days stretched, and hope began to wane. They told each other stories to stave off the despair, but with every passing hour, the shadows grew longer and the air colder. One night, as the wind howled like a lost soul, a woman named Clara proposed they hunt for food in the surrounding woods. Ignoring the whispers of caution, they ventured into the night, their hearts pounding with both fear and determination. Clara led the way, her breath fogging in the icy air. But as they walked deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to close in around them, the darkness growing more oppressive. Suddenly, a rustling sound shattered the silence, and they turned to see a figure emerge from the shadows, tall, gaunt, with hollow eyes that glimmered like embers. It was a sight that would haunt them forever. The Wendigo had come to claim its prize. The settlers froze, terror gripping their hearts as the creature loomed over them, its presence a palpable dread. In that moment, Clara's mind flashed to the tales of the Wendigo, the spirit that preyed on hunger and desperation. The air grew thick with tension as the group, paralyzed by fear, could only watch as their hopes twisted into despair. One by one, they felt the cold grip of the Wendigo's influence seep into their souls. The haunting call of the Wendigo echoed in their ears, urging them towards the very darkness they feared. The primal urge to survive clashed with their dwindling humanity, and as they stood on the edge of that precipice, they realized the true horror lay not in the creature itself, but in the choice that lay before them. Would they succumb to the Wendigo's spirit and join its ranks, or would they fight to retain their humanity against the overwhelming tide of despair? The forest held its breath, the wind whispering dark promises. Each heartbeat echoed the choice they faced, a choice that would forever change their fates. The Wendigo stood waiting, patient and hungry as the shadows deepened around them, leaving a lingering question in the air. Who among them would now be the hunter, and who would become the prey? The line between survival and monstrosity blurred, and the night stretched on, sealing their fates in a chilling embrace. In the dim light of a flickering candle, an ancient scroll lay unrolled, its edges frayed, whispering secrets from a time long past. The words, etched in ink that had faded but never vanished, spoke of a creature so fearsome that mere mention of its name sent shivers down the spines of the bravest warriors. The Manticore, a beast of nightmares, a fusion of lion, human, and scorpion, a creature that roamed the earth and haunted the dreams of those who dared to confront it. Legends told of its body, covered in the shimmering gold of a lion's fur, powerful and regal, yet its face bore the haunting features of a man, eyes filled with an intelligence that sent chills racing up the spines of all who encountered it. But it was the tail that truly struck terror into the hearts of men. From it sprouted a cluster of venomous scorpions, each one ready to sting at a moment's notice. The mere thought of this monstrous appendage, flicking and snapping with an eagerness to attack, made the bravest knight hesitate, their hearts thumping like war drums in their chests. In the forgotten valleys of Persia, where the air hung thick with the scent of jasmine and danger, tales of the manticore were shared in hushed voices. Farmers told stories around flickering fires, where shadows danced and the wind carried their whispers into the night. "Beware the manticore," they would say, their voices trembling. "Its sting is death, and its heart knows no mercy." Mothers would gather their children close, their eyes wide with fear, as they recounted how this creature devoured not only flesh but also the very essence of souls, leaving behind husks of what once were. As the tales grew, so did the fear. Kings dispatched their bravest warriors to hunt this beast, to rid their lands of its terror. But time and again, the manticore seemed to outsmart them, like a shadow slipping through the fingers of day. Each failed attempt only deepened the legend, turning the manticore into a symbol of insurmountable dread. Yet, amid all the fear, there were those who sought to understand the beast. Scholars from ancient libraries in Alexandria pored over dusty tomes, trying to decipher the origins of this creature that seemed to straddle the line between myth and reality. They hypothesized about its creation. Could it have been born from the chaos of the world, a punishment meted out by the gods? Or was it merely a reflection of humanity's darkest fears? The answers remained elusive, shrouded in mystery, but the fascination only grew stronger. One such scholar, a man named Arash, became obsessed with the manticore. He spent countless nights under the stars, scribbling notes and imagining what it would be like to confront such a creature. His heart raced with a mix of fear and excitement, the thrill of understanding fighting against the instinct to flee. He believed that within the manticore's terrifying visage lay a deeper truth, perhaps a lesson from the ages that humanity had long forgotten. But as days turned to months, he found himself drawn deeper into the web of legends. Each story he read, every whispered warning, only fueled his desire to seek out the beast. Arash envisioned himself standing before the manticore, unarmed but unafraid, ready to face whatever horror awaited him. The line between fascination and dread blurred, and he felt the pull of destiny urging him on. Then came the day of reckoning. Word spread through the valleys that the manticore had been sighted near the ruins of an ancient city, a place once teeming with life, now a mere echo of its former glory. It was said that the beast had claimed this forgotten land, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Villagers spoke in hushed tones of the cries that echoed through the crumbling walls, the chilling sound of a creature that ruled with fear. Arash gathered his courage and set out for the ruins, his heart pounding like a war drum. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the landscape, and every rustle of leaves sent his imagination spiraling. He wondered what lay ahead. Was it madness to seek out the manticore? Would he find glory, or would he become another victim of the beast's insatiable hunger? As he arrived at the ruins, the air grew heavy with a sense of foreboding. Crumbling stone walls loomed around him, remnants of a civilization that had thrived yet fallen to dust. The wind howled through the gaps in the walls, creating an eerie melody that echoed through the desolate streets. Arash could feel the weight of history pressing down on him, the stories of those who had come before him intertwining with his own fate. It was then, in the heart of the ruins, that he first glimpsed the creature. It stood tall and proud, its golden fur gleaming in the fading light, a monstrous silhouette against the backdrop of a dying sun. The manticore's eyes glinted like polished stones, a mix of wisdom and primal rage, and its tail. Oh, that tail, snaked and twisted, scorpions ready to unleash their sting. Arash's breath caught in his throat, a mixture of terror and awe flooding his senses. For a brief moment, time stood still. The world around them faded into nothingness, leaving only the scholar and the beast locked in a silent, electric stare. Arash felt his heart race. Was this fear, or was it something more profound? He stepped forward, compelled by an irresistible force, ready to confront not just the manticore but everything it represented. As he moved, the ground trembled beneath him, and the manticore let out a roar that vibrated through the air like the cracking of thunder. The scorpions on its tail writhed with anticipation, their pincers snapping, ready to strike at the first hint of danger. Arash's pulse quickened, and in that moment, he understood that he stood on the precipice of a choice that could change everything. The stories had always warned of the beast's might, of its unyielding nature, but here, standing before it, Arash felt something shift within himself. The manticore was not just a monster. It was a reflection of the darkness and fear that resided in every heart. With each heartbeat, he could feel the tension rising, the very air charged with a sense of impending violence. Would he flee in the face of such terror, or would he stand resolute, confronting the shadows that danced at the edges of his soul? The scorpions hung poised, and as the manticore opened its maw, revealing teeth like daggers, a single thought pierced through the chaos. This was only the beginning. The clash between man and beast, fear and understanding, was about to unfold in ways neither could foresee. A chilling wail cuts through the quiet of the night, a sound so haunting that it raises goosebumps on the skin and sends shivers racing down the spine. It is a cry that speaks of loss, weaving through the darkness like a shadow, announcing the arrival of a presence that is both sorrowful and sinister. In the stillness, where the moon hangs like a silver coin in a velvet sky, the banshee waits, an ethereal figure cloaked in mist, her eyes glistening with the weight of countless sorrows. The banshee, known in Irish folklore as the harbinger of death, is not merely a ghostly figure. She embodies the grief of families, the mourning of individuals. Her legend stretches back to ancient times, entwined with the history of the Irish clans. It is said that she appears to forewarn of impending death, her cries echoing through the valleys and hills, a sorrowful song that reverberates through time. Each family had its own banshee, a guardian spirit whose weeping signaled the end of an era, the closing of a door. In the quiet glens of County Kerry, a woman named Maeve sat on her porch, the cool breeze carrying the scent of wildflowers mixed with the damp earth. She had heard whispers of the banshee as a child, stories told by her grandmother, who claimed to have seen her once, a fleeting figure with long, flowing hair that danced in the wind. The old tales spoke of her as both a comfort and a curse, her lamenting song a reminder of the fragility of life. Maeve had never truly believed in the supernatural, but that night a chill settled in the air, thickening with an unnameable tension. As darkness wrapped around her home, Maeve felt something shift. The dogs stopped barking and the crickets ceased their evening chorus. Then it came, a wail rising from the depths of despair. It was the banshee, her voice a haunting melody that echoed through the trees. Maeve's heart raced and her breath quickened as she listened, each note a reminder of the stories she had heard, tales passed down through generations. In another part of Ireland, a young man named Liam stood at the edge of a cliff, staring out at the tumultuous sea. The waves crashed violently against the rocks below. But he felt a calmness within, an acceptance of fate. His family was steeped in tradition, the tales of the banshee woven into their lineage. The memory of his grandfather's passing lingered in his heart, a loss that was both raw and tender. Liam had often wondered if he would hear the banshee's song before his time came, if her mournful cry would herald the end. As if summoned by his thoughts, the wind picked up, swirling around him like a dance of spirits. He closed his eyes, letting the sound of the ocean wash over him, when suddenly, there it was, the wailing, distant yet unmistakable. Fear surged through him. a primal instinct that urged him to flee, but he stood his ground, grappling with the realization that he might be next, that his fate could be written in the sorrowful notes of the banshee's lament. Back in County Kerry, Maeve clutched her shawl tighter around her shoulders, the cold seeping into her bones. The cry of the banshee seemed to weave through her very soul, pulling at the threads of her heart. She remembered her grandmother's words. "When you hear her, it is a warning. She weeps for those who are about to leave us." But was it a warning or a comfort? Maeve longed to believe that the banshee was a compassionate spirit, guiding souls to the other side rather than a figure of dread. The night deepened and Maeve felt a pull to the woods. The shadows beckoned, dark and inviting, as if the trees whispered secrets only meant for her ears. She stepped off the porch, her feet guiding her toward the sound, the wailing growing louder, more urgent. With each step, the air thickened with an electric tension, and the chill of fear danced along her spine. The banshee was near, and she could feel it in her very bones. When Maeve reached the edge of the forest, she paused. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches swaying like skeletal hands in a Gothic ballet. And there, just beyond the tree line, a figure emerged from the mist, a woman in white, her hair cascading like a waterfall of midnight. The banshee, radiant yet sorrowful, her eyes shimmering with the weight of unspoken grief. Maeve's breath caught in her throat, and for a moment, time stood still. In that stare, Maeve saw the stories of countless souls, the pain of loss etched into the banshee's very being. She felt an overwhelming urge to reach out, to understand, but fear rooted her feet to the ground. Would the lament of this ghostly figure be one of her own family, or was it a sign of something more profound? The air crackled with the intensity of the moment, and the wail surged, echoing through the night. As the banshee turned to fade into the shadows, Maeve felt a tear slip down her cheek, a silent acknowledgement of the inevitability of loss. She knew the stories were true. The banshee was a part of life, a reminder of love and the pain that accompanies it. Each cry was a tribute to those who had passed, a connection that bound the living to the dead. Liam, still at the cliff's edge, felt the weight of the banshee's cry wrapping around him. It was as if the very air vibrated with the essence of life and death, a reminder of his own mortality. He opened his eyes, staring into the dark sea, feeling a sense of understanding wash over him. The banshee was not just a harbinger of death, but a herald of love, an echo of the past that reverberated through the present. The wail grew softer, fading into the night, yet its message lingered, an undeniable truth that connected him to the generations before him. As Liam turned away from the cliff, he felt a sense of peace, a realization that life, with all its heartache, was worth living, if only to honor those who had come before. And somewhere in the stillness of the night, Maeve stood rooted in the forest, tears cascading down her cheeks, listening to the fading song of the banshee, connected to the endless cycle of love and loss, her heart forever entwined in the fabric of those who had loved and mourned before her. High above the world, where the sun barely kissed the frozen peaks and the air danced with sharp, biting cold, a shadow moved. It was a fleeting glimpse, just a whisper on the wind, but those who saw it felt an undeniable chill creep down their spines. What was that figure, tall and imposing, lurking where the snow met the rock? In the vast and unforgiving Himalayas, legends lived, breathed, and haunted the minds of mountain dwellers. They whispered tales of the Yeti, the abominable snowman, a creature both feared and revered. For centuries, the Yeti has been the subject of stories passed down through generations. Sherpas, the guardians of these mountains, spoke of the creature with a mix of fear and respect. They told of its great strength and intelligence, of its eerie, mournful howls echoing across the valleys at night. Many trekkers came seeking the truth, eager to glimpse the legendary beast, only to be ensnared by the relentless beauty and danger of the Himalayas. In the early 20th century, A wave of explorers set out to conquer the heights where the Yeti was said to roam. Among them was a man named Eric Shipton, an experienced mountaineer who found himself both fascinated and terrified by the local lore. One day in 1951, while traversing the treacherous slopes of the Himalayas, Shipton stumbled upon a set of enormous footprints embedded in the snow. They were far too large to belong to any known animal. His heart raced as he stared at the prints, each one a testament to the existence of something otherworldly. The marks were chilling, and Shipton couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. But it was not just Shipton who had been captivated. Over the years, many hopeful souls embarked on adventures, armed with cameras and determination. They sought evidence, photographs, hair samples, anything that would prove the Yeti's existence. In 1954, a British expedition led by John Hunt claimed to have found fur on a high Himalayan peak. The discovery ignited excitement across the globe. Scientists were called, tests were run, and for a moment, the world held its breath. Was the Yeti real? Was it possible that this creature had eluded humanity for so long? Hope mingled with disbelief as the fur was eventually deemed to belong to a bear, a cruel twist that left many yearning for the truth. The Yeti was not just a creature of the mountains. It was embedded in the culture and spirituality of the people who called the Himalayas home. In Tibetan Buddhism, the Yeti was known as the meat, a guardian spirit of the mountains. Monks would chant and pray, hoping to appease this ancient being, believing that it held power over the unpredictable weather and the safety of travelers. Stories were told of encounters, of hikers who stumbled into the creature's territory only to be guided back to safety by a tall, shadowy figure. These stories were etched into the fabric of the land, echoing in the hearts of those who lived there. As the years rolled on, the allure of the Yeti only grew stronger. In the 1970s, a new wave of fascination emerged, fueled by documentaries and sensationalized media reports. Each expedition brought new stories, new footprints, and new mysteries. Cryptozoologists, fascinated by the hunt for this elusive creature, sought to gather evidence, but the icy peaks remained silent, guarding their secrets fiercely. There were tales of strange lights flickering in the night sky, of eerie sounds that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to camp too close to the glaciers. The Yeti became a symbol of the unknown, a reminder that in a world increasingly dominated by science and reason, there were still mysteries that defied explanation. One particularly chilling account came from a group of trekkers in the late 80s. They camped under the starlit sky, lulled by the sounds of the wind and the distant rumble of avalanches. As the fire crackled, the air grew heavy with tension. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence, echoing off the mountains like a warning. The trekkers froze, eyes wide, hearts pounding. They huddled closer together, straining to see through the darkness. Was it a bear? Or something far more terrifying? The night held its breath, and the shadows seemed to twist and shift, revealing glimpses of a figure just beyond the edge of their firelight. Then, as abruptly as it had come, the sound faded into the night, leaving behind an unsettling quiet. In the years that followed, the fascination with the Yeti became a global phenomenon. Films portrayed the creature as both a monster and a protector. Merchants capitalized on the legend, selling trinkets and souvenirs that promised a piece of the mystique. Yet, for all the stories and theories, the question remained: what truly lurked in the snowy expanse of the Himalayas? Was the Yeti a figment of imagination, a cautionary tale spun by those who knew the mountains best, or was there something real, something alive, hidden among the peaks? The allure of the Yeti continued to captivate the minds of adventurers and skeptics alike. Attempts to capture the creature on film persisted, with each grainy image sparking debates and discussions. Was that a true sighting? Or merely a clever trick of light? The Yeti remained a ghost, an enigma that danced just out of reach, existing in the realm of possibility and myth. For every expedition that returned with nothing, there were whispers of those who believed they had come close. Too close. A chilling encounter here, a narrow escape there, each tale adding to the tapestry of fear and fascination that surrounded the creature. And so, the legend of the Yeti lived on. From the frostbitten peaks of the Himalayas to the pages of adventure novels, the abominable snowman captured imaginations and sparked dreams of daring hunts. The mountains stood tall and indifferent, their icy breath covering the truth in layers of snow, leaving only questions in its wake. Somewhere in those vast, white expanses, the Yeti continued to roam, a reminder that some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved, lurking just beyond the edge of reality. The world watched and waited, hearts racing, eager for the next whisper of the wind that might reveal the shadow of the legendary creature once more. A chilling howl echoed through the stillness of the night, echoing off the thick, dark trees that surrounded the small village of Canovanas in Puerto Rico. It was a sound that struck fear into the hearts of farmers and families alike. The moon hung low, casting eerie shadows across the land. In the distance, a flock of goats stirred, their instincts sensing a lurking danger. Little did they know, something sinister was approaching, a creature that would become the stuff of nightmares, the chupacabra. With its name translating to goat-sucker, this beast was rumored to emerge from the shadows, drawn to the warmth of livestock and leaving behind a trail of fear and mystery. Stories began to surface in the mid-1990s, igniting a frenzy of excitement and dread across Latin America. Farmers awoke to find their animals drained of blood, with puncture wounds marking their necks. The chilling sight sent shivers down their spines, but it was the thought of what could have done such a thing that truly haunted them. Witness after witness recounted their encounters with the creature. Descriptions varied, but a common thread ran through each tale. A scaly, reptilian body, glowing red eyes, and an unearthly growl that could curdle the blood in one's veins. Some claimed it walked on two legs, while others insisted it moved like a beast, low to the ground. Regardless of the details, the terror was universal. It wasn't just a monster, it was an embodiment of fear itself. As sightings proliferated, the legend of the chupacabra spread like wildfire. In Puerto Rico, it became a topic of conversation at family gatherings and local markets. Elders told stories of how they had heard the creature's mournful wails echoing through the night, a sound that sent children scurrying under their blankets. The sight of a dead animal, its blood drained and eyes wide with terror, became a signal to the villagers that the beast was near. One night, a brave farmer named Miguel decided to confront the terror that plagued his community. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and his steadfast determination, he ventured out into the fields. The air was thick with tension, and every rustle of leaves seemed amplified in the oppressive silence. Miguel's heart raced as he recalled the tales, the faces of his neighbors, twisted in fear as they spoke of their lost livestock. Would he be the next victim, or could he confront the beast that haunted his nights? Suddenly, a rustle in the brush made him freeze. The beam of his flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing a pair of glowing red eyes staring back at him. A chill ran down his spine as he realized he was face to face with the chupacabra. It stood there, its scaly skin glistening under the harsh light, exuding an otherworldly presence. Miguel's breath hitched in his throat, and in that moment, every story he had ever heard became a vivid reality. The creature lunged, and instinct took over. Miguel bolted, his feet pounding against the earth as adrenaline coursed through his veins. Behind him, the sound of claws scraping against the ground filled the air, a reminder of the horror that pursued him. He could feel its breath, hot and foul, just behind his shoulder as he raced toward the safety of the village. As he burst through the door of his home, he slammed it shut, heart racing, mind spinning. The faces of his loved ones twisted in worry, asking if he was okay, but all Miguel could do was shake his head, his eyes wide with the terror he had just experienced. The stories had come to life. The chupacabra was real, and it had a hunger that could not be sated. With the dawn came a sense of relief, but also lingering dread. In the light of day, Miguel's story was met with mixed reactions. Some believed him, and others dismissed his experience as mere hysteria fueled by fear. But as more livestock disappeared, the skepticism began to wane. News reports began to cover the phenomenon, fueling a cultural obsession that captured the imagination of people across the world. In other parts of Latin America, similar stories emerged. From Mexico to Chile, the chupacabra became a symbol of something much bigger than itself, a reflection of the anxieties and uncertainties of a rapidly changing world. Farmers feared the loss of their livelihood, while families grappled with a sense of insecurity. The creature became a legend, a ghost story passed from generation to generation, morphing and evolving with each telling. In some corners, the chupacabra was reimagined, represented in art and literature, symbolizing resistance against the unknown. It became a rallying point for communities that craved to understand the inexplicable. Was it a supernatural entity? A genetic mutation? The fears of the collective mind manifesting into a single figure? The answers remained elusive, perpetuating the legend, compelling people to keep seeking the truth hidden within the shadows. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the legends of the chupacabra grew stronger. Cities lit up with tales of sightings, and tourists flocked to the rural areas, eager to catch a glimpse of the beast that had become an icon of fear and curiosity. In the dark corners of the internet, forums buzzed with theories and sightings, each contribution adding layers to the mythology. The chupacabra was not just a creature anymore, it was a phenomenon, a reminder of humanity's struggle against the unknown. It united people in a shared sense of wonder and dread, elevating folklore into a tool of cultural conversation. The haunting howl echoed through the night, a reminder that the fear of the chupacabra was not simply about a blood-sucking beast. It was about confronting the shadows that lingered just beyond the light, anxiously waiting for the moment to strike. And so, the story continues, weaving through the hearts and minds of those who hear it, each retelling adding another layer of mystery. As the night falls once more, the question lingers: what truly dwells in the darkness? The legend of the chupacabra is alive, winding its way through the fabric of folklore, waiting, hungry for the next person to share in its chilling tale. The ocean's surface shimmered under the golden rays of the setting sun, a deceptive mirror hiding the dangers that lay beneath. It was here, on the cusp of twilight, when shadows began to stretch and dance, that the legend of the sirens came alive. Tales whispered among sailors warned of their haunting melodies, sweet and enchanting, promising treasures and bliss, but leading only to doom. As the gentle breeze carried the sound of waves lapping against the hull of a ship, the crew of the Odyssey felt a chill run through their bones. They were seasoned sailors, hardened by the storm and salt of the sea, yet today, a strange tension hung in the air as if the very ocean held its breath. The captain, a man with a weathered face and eyes that had seen too much, stood at the helm, sensing the shift. The legends spoke of alluring voices that could charm the strongest of men, but he was determined not to fall into their trap. In the distance, as the sun dipped lower, a sound cut through the air, a haunting melody that wrapped around the ship like a thick fog. It was beautiful, unlike anything they had ever heard before. The sailors exchanged nervous glances, hearts beginning to race. Each note seemed to weave through their minds, igniting a yearning they could scarcely understand. It whispered promises of wealth, of love, of a paradise just beyond the horizon. "Stay focused," the captain barked, his voice firm, though even he felt the tug of that siren song. It was a struggle. Each man aboard felt the sweetness turning bitter as the melody beckoned to deep desires buried within. They gripped the sides of the ship, knuckles white, trying to ground themselves against the pull of the voices. The sirens were no mere figments of imagination. They were creatures of the sea, born from the depths of desire and despair. With the appearance of stunning women, their skin glistened like pearls under the moonlight, their hair flowing like seaweed in the current. They sat upon jagged rocks, enchanting and deadly, their eyes glimmering with a mix of sorrow and hunger. For centuries, they had lured sailors to their doom, feasting upon the hearts of those who dared to follow. In an ancient story, Odysseus had once faced these vile temptresses. He had ordered his men to plug their ears with beeswax, while he himself was bound to the mast, an act of desperation against the intoxicating call of the sirens. As he sailed past, his heart ached with longing, but his resolve held firm. A testament to human will against the seductive charms of the sea. Yet here and now, the captain of the Odyssey faced an even greater challenge. The melody wrapped around him like a lover's embrace, whispering sweet nothings that ignited long-buried memories. Of a lost love, of dreams long abandoned. Each note seeped into his soul, filling him with a sense of loss, of something just out of reach. It was as if the sea itself was holding a mirror to his deepest regrets. "Steady!" he roared again, shaking off the feeling, his heart pounding against his chest like a war drum. But it was too late. The crew was beginning to sway, entranced by the spell. One by one, the sailors turned, drawn inexorably toward the sound. They stepped to the edge of the ship, eyes glazed, drifting closer to the edge, a dance on the brink of oblivion. Suddenly, a voice broke through the haze, stark and clear. "They're coming for you. Don't listen." It was an old sailor, nearly forgotten among the crew, who had seen more than his share of ghostly encounters. He fought against the allure, the pitch of his warning cutting through the melody like a knife. But the sirens were cunning. They shifted the notes, drawing even the most steadfast of souls into their snare. "Join us," they crooned, their voices twisting into personal lullabies, each sailor hearing words meant only for him. "Come, we'll show you bliss, we'll grant you your heart's deepest desire." The air thickened with longing, and the world outside the ship began to fade. All that mattered was the shimmering image of paradise they painted with their voices. The captain's heart raced as panic flooded his veins. The crew was slipping away, entranced. He shouted, "Fight it! Remember your loved ones, your homes." But the sirens were relentless, expertly weaving their song into the fabric of their memories, drowning out the captain's desperate pleas. Just as hope seemed to ebb, a sudden wave crashed against the ship, snapping the sailors from their trance if only momentarily. But the sirens were not done. They rose from the water with a grace that made them appear almost ethereal, their laughter mingling with the waves, a sound that both thrilled and terrified. The ocean swirled around them, giving them an otherworldly glow, and for a moment the crew hesitated, caught between fear and desire. "Come to us," they sang again, the melody shifting, now tinged with urgency and despair, as if they too were trapped in a cycle of their own making. The captain tightened his grip on the wheel, heart racing, knowing he had to act quickly. With a fierce determination, he pulled a flask from his coat, a potent brew meant to ward off evil, passed down from his father. He uncorked it and took a swig before passing it to the crew, urging them to drink. The moment the liquid touched their lips, clarity returned like a sudden breeze sweeping through a forgotten attic. The spell began to break, but not without a cost. The sirens, angered by their lost prey, shrieked in frustration, their voices now a cacophony of rage and sorrow. The water churned violently around the ship, as if the ocean itself were rising in fury at being denied its feast. "No!" the captain shouted over the din, feeling the weight of their fury. "We will not be yours today." The ship rocked beneath them, caught in the battle between hope and despair. As the sirens' cries rang out, haunting and filled with pain, the crew struggled against the waves, their hearts pounding, their minds racing. The melody faded, but the memory of its enchantment lingered, a reminder of what could have been. The captain knew in that moment that this encounter with the sirens was not merely a brush with danger but a profound reckoning, a reminder of the temptations that lay beyond the horizon. Always waiting, always watching, an infinite loop urging sailors to venture too close to the edge of their desires. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an ominous glow over the rocky hills of Nemea. A shroud of tension lingered in the air, as if the very earth held its breath. In the distance, the eerie silence whispered of a creature so fearsome, so divine, that the bravest of men trembled at the mere thought of its existence. The Nemean lion, a beast born from the blood of the heavens and the darkness of the underworld, prowled the valleys with an unrivaled ferocity. Its golden fur shimmered like the sun itself, an illusion that belied its monstrous strength and impenetrable hide. Heracles stood at the foot of the hills, muscles taut and heart pounding. He had faced many trials, but this was different. This was not just a test of strength, it was a battle against the divine. Tales of the lion's power had seeped into every corner of Greece, each story more terrifying than the last. A single swipe of its giant paw could crush a man's skull, and arrows bounced harmlessly off its mystical fur. As he ran his hand over the weapons at his side, a shiver ran down his spine. He was not just hunting an animal, he was challenging the gods themselves. The villagers of Nemea had lived in the shadow of this monster for far too long. Their lives had been consumed by fear, each night spent praying for the dawn. Homes lay abandoned, crops wasted, and laughter had long since faded into silence. No hunter had returned from the pursuit of the lion, each brave soul swallowed by the wilderness, leaving behind only haunting echoes of their cries. The air was thick with despair, a palpable darkness that clung to the spirits of those who remained. Heracles, the son of Zeus, bore the weight of their hopes on his broad shoulders. Epic tales spoke of his strength, his courage, but here, before the looming challenge, he felt the weight of expectation pressing down like a mountain. He could almost hear their whispers, their silent prayers, urging him forward into the jaws of death. With each step, the earth beneath him seemed to tremble, as if aware of the momentous clash that was about to unfold. As he ascended the rocky path, the landscape shifted. Shadows danced among the trees, and the chirping of birds fell into a haunting silence. A heavy stillness enveloped him, a sign that the lion was near. A rustle in the bushes sent a jolt of adrenaline through his veins. Heart racing, he slowed his pace, every sense heightened, listening for the telltale signs of his foe. An almost electric anticipation crackled in the air, mingling with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers. Then he saw it. The Nemean lion emerged from the underbrush, its presence dominating the landscape. Muscles rippled under its golden coat, each movement exuding raw power. A majestic creature, yet a terrifying one. Its eyes glowed like molten gold, piercing through the dim light, and for a moment, time stood still. Heracles felt a cold sweat bead on his brow, the fear creeping in like a thief in the night, whispering insidious doubts. Could he truly conquer this beast? With a primal roar that echoed through the valley, the lion charged, a blur of sinew and fury. Heracles leaped into action, his instincts overtaking his fear. He swung his club with all his might, but the lion dodged effortlessly, its speed and agility mocking his every move. The ground quaked with the force of their clash, each blow and dodge sending shockwaves through the very core of the earth. The lion was not just a creature of flesh and bone. It was an embodiment of the wild, a divine force that danced at the edge of mortality. Heracles' heart pounded in his chest, the rhythm of battle synchronizing with his breath. He could feel the weight of the lion's stare, a challenge that ignited a fire within him. But the more he fought, the clearer it became. Brute strength alone would not win this fight. He needed to outsmart this creature. He needed to become more than just a warrior. He had to tap into the primal instincts that lay dormant within him. As the battle raged on, The air grew thick with tension. Each moment stretched into eternity, the clash of titans echoing across the valley. With every swipe and every dodge, Heracles felt the boundaries of his own humanity blur. The lion was relentless, and in its eyes, he saw a reflection of the chaos and beauty of nature itself, a reminder that even in the face of despair, life roared fiercely. The sun dipped below the horizon, the vibrant colors of twilight casting an eerie glow. In that moment of fading light, the Nemean lion paused, panting, its golden fur glistening like a beacon in the dusk. Heracles caught his breath, lunging forward with renewed determination. He could almost hear the whispers of the villagers, their hopes igniting a spark within him. He was not just fighting for himself, he was fighting for them, for the laughter that had been lost, for the lives that had been shattered. As the battle continued, Heracles felt the weight of destiny pressing upon him. He had no choice but to summon every ounce of strength he possessed. He remembered the stories of his ancestors, who had faced insurmountable odds and emerged victorious. The lion's roar pierced the silence, but in that sound, Heracles found his resolve. He would not back down. He would not let fear dictate his fate. In a moment of clarity, he noticed the beast's vulnerability, a slight opening in its defense. With a fierce battle cry, he lunged forward, aiming to grasp his chance to seize the moment. The tension crackled in the air as he took the leap, heart racing, a feeling that echoed the very pulse of life itself. The lion turned, and for a heartbeat, everything was still. Would he succeed, or would he become just another name in the grim history of despair? And as their fates intertwined under the fading twilight, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of the impossible. The stillness of the night wrapped the ancient land of Australia in a velvet cocoon, but beneath the surface of its vast, dark waters lingered a creature that could send shivers down the spine of even the bravest soul. The whispers of the wind carried tales of the bunyip, a water monster feared by the Australian Aborigines for generations. It was a name spoken in hushed tones, an echo of both reverence and dread that sparked imagination and terror in equal measure. As the moon cast silvery light over the billabongs, shadows danced along the water's edge. The stories of the bunyip were as tangled as the thick underbrush surrounding the rivers. Some said it was a great beast with a massive body, covered in dark, matted fur, eyes that glowed like fires in the night, and a guttural cry that could pierce through the silence. Others described it as having the head of a dog, a long neck, and a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, lurking just below the surface, waiting for the unwary to draw too close. Children nestled in their beds, clutched their blankets tight, their hearts racing as the tales spun by, their elders echoed in their minds. "Don't wander too far from the water," their parents would say, "for the bunyip may be watching." The warning hung heavy in the air, a chilling reminder of the unseen danger that lurked beneath the calm facade of the water. It wasn't just a story. It was a lesson, steeped in generations of cultural wisdom. The lore of the bunyip varied from tribe to tribe, but the fear it inspired was universal. The Yorta Yorta people who lived along the Goulburn River feared it as a protector of the water. To them, the bunyip was a guardian spirit, a creature that kept the balance of life within the waterways. Yet, in the darkness, when the river rippled ominously, even they couldn't shake the feeling of dread. They believed that if one dared to intrude upon its territory, the bunyip would strike, dragging the intruder into the depths, never to be seen again. On moonless nights, stories emerged of the bunyip calling its prey with a haunting cry. Fishermen would return from the water with tales of strange splashes and whispers that promised their doom. "It sounds like someone drowning, but you can never be sure," one old man warned, his voice trembling as he recounted the chilling tales passed down from his ancestors. "The bunyip is a crafty one. It lures you in, makes you think you're safe." The fear was palpable, almost a living thing that curled around the hearts of the Aborigines. It spoke to their deepest instincts, reminding them of their place in the world. The waters that nourished their lives also held the potential for darkness, a balance that was both beautiful and terrifying. As night fell, the fires crackled and the warmth radiated against the cold, but the shadows of the trees seemed to stretch ever closer, reaching out with long fingers. On clear, bright days, children splashed in the rivers, their laughter dancing across the surface. Yet, when the clouds rolled in and the winds howled, a somber hush fell over the land. It was then the elders would gather, their faces grave, their stories of the Bunyip flowing like the river itself. "It is not just a monster," they would insist, "but a symbol, a warning. Respect the water, respect the life it holds." One fateful day, a young boy named Jira sat on the bank, his bare feet dangling above the water. His eyes gleamed with the innocent curiosity of youth, but in his heart he felt the weight of the legends. His friends dared him to venture beyond the shallows where the water turned dark and deep. The thrill of adventure ignited his spirit, yet the stories echoed in his mind. "What if the Bunyip is watching?" he thought, shaking off the fear as he stepped forward, the water lapping at his ankles. His friends cheered him on, their laughter ringing out like a melody, but the joy quickly turned to silence as Jira felt the pull of the river, a deep, magnetic force. The sun dipped behind the horizon, casting eerie shadows, and he knew he should turn back. But something within him urged him on, a strange allure that felt almost magical. Suddenly, from the depths came a low rumble, a sound that sent goosebumps racing across his skin. The water's surface rippled, churning as if something massive stirred beneath. His heart raced as he sensed the presence of the Bunyip, the very creature woven into the fabric of his nightmares. He turned back to his friends, but their laughter had faded, replaced by wide-eyed fear. "Jira, come back!" they shouted, their voices cracking with desperation. Panic flooded his veins as he realized that the stories held more truth than he had ever wanted to believe. In that moment of terror, the water exploded, and a massive shape burst forth, scales glistening in the fading light like shards of glass. The creature roared, a sound that echoed through the valley, rattling the trees and stilling the very air. Jira stumbled back, his heart pounding as he felt the weight of generations of fear crash upon him. The eyes of the beast bore into his soul, an ancient wisdom mixed with a primal hunger that sent chills down his spine. He turned and ran, the splash of his feet against the water a frantic rhythm matching his beating heart. The Bunyip's roar faded behind him, yet its presence lingered like a shadow, a haunting reminder of the depths of fear held within the stories. The ancient legends were alive, and within them, a truth that was impossible to deny. The land held its breath as Jira escaped the water's edge. But the tale of the Bunyip would never leave him. It would become part of him, entwined with his very being, a reminder to always respect the balance of nature, both its beauty and its terror. As he reached the safety of the shore, the whispers of the wind carried the echoes of the past, and he knew the Bunyip would continue to watch over the waters, a guardian and a beast, forever entwined in the fabric of life. In the beginning, when the world was yet formless, there was Tiamat. Her vast, chaotic expanse stretched endlessly, a swirling tempest of salt water and darkness. From this primordial chaos rose the very essence of creation. Tiamat, the ancient goddess of the salt sea, embodied both terror and beauty, a paradox woven into the fabric of existence. Her fierce, untamed spirit roared like 1,000 storms, drawing in the echoes of creation as the cosmos yearned for order. Tiamat held within her the seeds of everything: life, death, chaos, and harmony. The stars glittered like diamonds in the sky, but the quiet hum of potential was overshadowed by the turbulence of her being. In her depths swirled untamed currents, each vying for dominance, as her monstrous children, the chaotic deities, whispered and clamored for their place in the world. There was no peace, only the relentless clash of titanic forces, an eternal struggle that rattled through the very bones of the universe. As Tiamat churned and twisted, new gods emerged from the swirling depths. Among them was Apsu, her companion, the god of freshwater, whose gentle presence provided a stark contrast to her ferocity. Together, they birthed a lineage of divine beings, yet their offspring grew restless. They craved freedom, seeking to break the shackles of their mother's chaos. But Tiamat was not easily subdued. Her heart beat like a war drum, fierce and defiant against the inevitable march of change. The tension grew palpable. Thick as fog on a stormy night, Apsu, caught in a web of desperation, sought to silence the growing unrest. He plotted to extinguish the lives of his own children, but Tiamat was no passive spectator. She sensed the treachery brewing in the depths, and her rage erupted like a volcano, fierce and unyielding. "What is this betrayal?" she roared, her voice echoing through the void, a sound that rattled the stars themselves. "I shall not allow my creations to destroy one another." In the heart of this chaos, a hero began to rise. Marduk, a young god imbued with strength and ambition, became aware of the turmoil. His eyes, sharp and bright, flickered with the fire of destiny. Marduk sought to confront Tiamat, to bring order to the unruly chaos that threatened to consume everything. He understood that to face her, he would need more than courage. He would need a plan that could harness the very essence of creation. The winds swirled around Marduk as he stood before the council of gods, their faces a mix of hope and fear. "We must unite against Tiamat," he declared, his voice ringing with authority. "I will face her, but you must grant me power. I will wield the winds and the storms, transforming chaos into order." With their blessing, Marduk donned the mantle of leadership. Armed with the very forces of nature, a tempest brewing within him. As Marduk approached Tiamat, the air crackled with tension. He felt the weight of his mission pressing against his chest, but he would not retreat. Tiamat, sensing the approach of this brave foe, turned her gaze upon him, her eyes fierce and knowing. "What brings you here, child of light?" she hissed, the very ground trembling beneath her presence. "You dare challenge the chaos that has birthed you? Your reign of chaos has gone on long enough," Marduk proclaimed, his voice steady despite the mounting fear. "I'm here to bring balance to the world. You cannot allow your fury to consume all that we hold dear." The words hung in the air, a fragile thread between life and destruction. Tiamat laughed, a sound that twisted like a knife in the hearts of those who heard it. "You think to tame the storm? I am chaos itself. I will unleash my fury to drown the heavens and earth." With that, she summoned her monstrous children, dragons and serpents of unfathomable terror, their scales glistening like the night sky. They swirled around her, ready to unleash the chaos that had lain dormant for far too long. Marduk stood firm against the onslaught, his heart racing like a drumbeat in his chest. He called upon the winds, his spirit igniting with every breath. "Let the storm rise," he shouted, and the very skies shattered with his command. The battle was fierce, a clash of titans that sent shockwaves rippling through the fabric of reality. Light and shadow danced in a dizzying whirl, each side vying for dominance. The ground split beneath them, and the heavens trembled as Marduk fought valiantly against the tide of chaos. Each swing of his weapon carved through the darkness. Each spell he unleashed wove strands of order amid the chaos. But Tiamat was relentless, her fury unyielding like a tempest that would not be contained. The battle raged on, a symphony of destruction and creation, as if the world itself held its breath. But within the chaos, hope flickered. Marduk, rallying his determination, unleashed a final, brilliant surge of power. "By my will, I create the world," he shouted, and with that proclamation he struck Tiamat down. The explosion of energy that followed was blinding, an eruption of light and sound that echoed through the ages. Tiamat fell, her form dissolving into the very elements she had once commanded. But even in her defeat, she did not fade into nothingness. Instead, from her being, new life began to emerge. The heavens and earth split at her sacrifice, and from her body the landscape was born. Mountains rose, rivers flowed, and the skies opened to the stars. Chaos had birthed order, a new beginning forged from the remnants of an ancient goddess. Marduk stood in the aftermath, panting yet victorious, feeling the weight of creation resting on his shoulders. He gazed at the world around him, a tapestry woven from the threads of chaos and creation, a profound reminder of the power that resided within both light and dark. And as he looked to the horizon, an undeniable truth settled within him. The dance between chaos and order would continue. An eternal cycle shaping the very essence of life itself. The world had changed, but the whispers of Tiamat would linger, echoing through the ages, a haunting reminder of the force that had once ruled the deep. The night was heavy with silence, the kind that makes your skin prickle and the hairs on the back of your neck stand tall. The stars twinkled like distant eyes, keeping watch over the vast emptiness of the Navajo land. Beneath the silver glow of the moon, shadows danced and flickered, hinting at something lurking just beyond the reach of the firelight. Whispers carried on the wind. Stories of a creature that could wear the skin of any animal, or even a person. This was a skinwalker, a shapeshifter feared by many, whispered about in the dark corners of Navajo homes. Long ago, the Navajo people understood the delicate balance between the seen and the unseen. They respected the land and its spirits, but there were always those who sought to break the rules, to wield power for themselves. Skinwalkers were once medicine men, known for their healing abilities, who had turned to dark magic. With that transformation came the ability to shapeshift, to wear the skins of animals, and to roam the night as something more than human, something more sinister. On a cool autumn night, a young boy named Taz walked home from his grandmother's house. The path was lined with sagebrush, the air heavy with the scent of piñon smoke from cooking fires nearby. Taz felt uneasy, as though the shadows were closing in around him. He had heard the tales his grandmother spun by the fire, her voice thick with urgency. If you hear the howl of a coyote, do not look back. It is a skinwalker in disguise. He clutched his small bundle of herbs tightly, feeling their rough texture against his palm. They offered him a sense of security, a connection to the old ways. Just as Taz reached the edge of the forest, he heard it, a low, mournful howl that sent chills down his spine. The sound curled around him, a wicked invitation to turn back, but curiosity held him captive. He turned just for a moment, and what he saw made his heart race. A coyote stood at the tree line, its fur bristling under the moonlight, eyes gleaming with an unnatural intelligence. Taz could feel the air grow thick with tension. In that heartbeat, he sensed the cunning spirit hiding in the creature's gaze. As he backed away, the coyote began to shift and change, bones cracking and reforming as it took on a more human shape. It was no longer just an animal, it was a being of shadows and nightmares, a skinwalker ready to pull him into its dark world. Taz felt his breath catch, panic rising like bile in his throat. He remembered his grandmother's words, "Stay still, and it cannot hurt you." So he froze, heart pounding, feeling the weight of unseen eyes upon him. The skinwalker approached, a twisted smile curling its lips. Its voice was a whisper, smooth as silk and laced with malice. "Come play with me, little one. I can show you wonders beyond your wildest dreams." The creature's tone was enchanting, yet laced with a darkness that hinted at terrible truths. Taz could feel the pull, an urge to step forward, to abandon his fear and let the allure of the unknown take him. But he stood firm, clenching the herbs in his hand, reciting the protective prayers his grandmother had taught him in a shaky whisper. Suddenly, the air shifted, and the creature halted, its eyes narrowing. The skinwalker was not accustomed to being defied, especially by a mere child. It bared its teeth, a grotesque grin that revealed far too many fangs. "You think your prayers can protect you? You think you can resist me?" With that, it lunged, a blur of fur and twisted limbs rushing toward Taz. In that instant, Taz remembered the tales of those who had been taken by skinwalkers, those who had never returned. The fear coursing through him was palpable, and the night seemed to hold its breath. Gathering every ounce of courage, he shouted the sacred words his grandmother had taught him, pouring all his belief into the chants that echoed in the dark. The skinwalker screeched, a sound so horrifying that it shattered the stillness of the night. It halted mid-air, suddenly repelled by the power of Taz's words. In that moment, the boy felt a surge of strength, as if the spirits of his ancestors surrounded him, guiding him, protecting him. The creature swayed, its form flickering between man and beast, caught in a battle it had not anticipated. With a final, furious howl, the skinwalker retreated into the shadows, leaving behind only the echo of its rage. Taz stood frozen, trembling but unbroken. The night resumed its quiet, but the air felt charged, as though the very land was holding its breath in reverence for what had just transpired. Days turned into weeks, and Taz struggled to shake the memory from his mind. He found comfort in his grandmother's stories, but the fear lingered like a shadow, always nipping at his heels. He wondered about the skinwalker, about the power it wielded and the darkness it embraced. The tales continued to swirl about him, tales of the ones who had been changed forever, haunted by their encounters. The longer Taz lived with the fear, the more he learned about the deeper truths behind the legends. He began to hear stories of those who had slipped away from their families, seduced by the dark magic of the skinwalkers, becoming creatures of the night. Each tale was a stark reminder of the danger lurking just beyond the veil of the familiar. The skinwalker was more than a monster. It was a warning, a lesson in the fragility of human nature. One crisp evening, the wind howled through the canyon, a ghostly echo of the past, and Taz found himself drawn to the edge of the woods once more. The shadow of the trees loomed large, and the stories of his people pulsed in his veins. He could almost hear the whispers of those who had faced the skinwalker before him, their tales woven into the fabric of his being. As he stepped closer, the feeling of being watched returned, a creeping sensation that made his pulse quicken. He understood now. The skinwalker was not just a creature. It was a symbol of the struggle between light and dark, a reminder of the choices that lay before him. He stood at the threshold, knowing that his decisions would shape his destiny. The wind howled louder, a voice calling him back into the fray, and Taz took a deep breath, ready to confront the shadows head-on, knowing that the dance between the hunter and the hunted was far from over. The night stretched infinitely ahead, fraught with tension and possibility, and the stories of the skinwalker echoed in the depths of his spirit, urging him onward into the unknown. A cold wind howled through the mountains, carrying whispers of ancient tales and shadows of long-forgotten giants. The moon hung low in the sky, illuminating a rocky landscape where a single, massive figure stood alone. It was a cyclops, towering above the trees, his massive hands resting on the ground, each finger as thick as a tree trunk. One great eye, like a blazing ember, stared into the dark night, filled with a strange mixture of fury and melancholy. These one-eyed giants, the Cyclopes, roamed the earth in times when gods walked among mortals, and legends were born from the simplest of encounters. They were not just monsters, they were craftsmen, creators, and guardians of ancient secrets. The Cyclopes were said to have forged the thunderbolts of Zeus, wielding their immense strength and skills at the anvil with unrivaled power. Their ability to shape metal and craft weapons that could alter the fate of gods and men alike made them both revered and feared. Yet, beneath their fearsome exterior lay a complexity that few understood. The Cyclopes were born from Gaia, the earth herself, and Uranus, the sky, making them children of both land and heavens. Their existence was a tragic blend of isolation and grandeur, living in caves far from the bustling lives of humans, hidden from the sun as they toiled in silence. The smell of smoke and sweat clung to the air around them, a testament to their endless labor and unmatched skill. The legend of Polyphemus is perhaps the most famous of these giants. A shepherd on a desolate island, he lived among his sheep, content in his solitude until Odysseus, the clever hero, stumbled upon his cave. The encounter was shocking and brutal. The Cyclops captured Odysseus and his men, intending to make them his next meal. The fierce glow of Polyphemus's single eye bore down on the intruders, a chilling reminder of the danger they faced. Odysseus, clever and cunning, devised a plan that would turn the tide. He offered the Cyclops wine, intoxicating and sweet, and when Polyphemus was drunk and vulnerable, he revealed his name: Nobody. That night, as the giant fell into a deep slumber, Odysseus and his men struck. They blinded him with a sharpened stake, a twist of fate that would haunt them as they escaped his cave under the very sheep he tended. As they sailed away, Polyphemus roared in rage, calling upon his father, Poseidon, to curse Odysseus for his treachery. The sea would become a turbulent enemy, dragging the hero into a storm of trials and tribulations. But what if there was more to the Cyclopes than just rage and vengeance? What if they were more than mere obstacles in the way of heroes? Their stories are steeped in the emotions of loneliness and longing, a reflection of a world that often misjudged them. They were the misfits, the outcasts, lumbering through a landscape that never embraced them. Their hearts carried burdens that were as heavy as the boulders they lifted, heavy with dreams that never saw the light of day. In the depths of their caves, they crafted not just weapons but stories etched in metal. Each item they forged bore witness to their existence, a mark of their presence in a world that had forgotten them. They poured their souls into the work, each clang of the hammer a cry for understanding, each spark from the anvil a fleeting moment of joy. But as the world turned against them, they became symbols of terror, their stories twisted by fear and misunderstanding. The mountains echoed their sorrow. The cliffs became their only companions. Legends grew around them, transforming them into monsters when they were, in truth, mirrors reflecting humanity's own fears. Their single eye, often depicted as a symbol of unwavering focus, could also represent the singularity of their existence, seeing the world with a depth few could understand, yet being forever isolated from it. As night deepened, the sounds of the Cyclops working in his cave grew softer, replaced by the distant roar of waves crashing against the shore, a reminder of the world outside his rocky prison. The moonlight flickered, casting shadows that danced around him, hiding the layers of emotion etched across his rugged face. There was a sense of longing in the air, a yearning for connection that seemed unreachable. Perhaps other giants roamed beside him, unseen but felt, like his brothers who had been cast aside by the heavens. In his solitude, he clung to the memory of their laughter and the warmth of their shared stories. They spoke of the stars, dreaming of one day breaking free from the confines of their caves to walk among the world, to feel the sun on their skin and share their craft with those who would appreciate it. But fate had dealt them a cruel hand, and the world had branded them as monsters. Odysseus's deception echoed through the ages, a sharp reminder that even the fiercest of beings could be brought low by treachery. The Cyclopes became a symbol of fear, their stories twisted into cautionary tales, their hearts hidden beneath layers of myth and misunderstanding. Yet, deep inside, the Cyclops remained a creature of wonder, with a heart capable of love and a mind brimming with creativity. What stories would he tell if someone dared to listen? What dreams did he weave in the silence of his cave? As he sat among his tools, the flickering torchlight illuminating the rough stone walls, he felt the weight of history pressing against him, the burden of being a monster misunderstood. The night wore on, a tapestry of emotions woven through time, calling out to those who dared to understand. And as the echoes of his solitary existence lingered in the air, the world beyond the mountains continued to spin, a vibrant tapestry of lives intertwined, where heroes and monsters danced along the same thread, all searching for a place to belong. The night was thick with tension, a heavy fog swirling through the ancient streets of Corinth. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, and whispers filled the air like a haunting melody. In this world, where myths and reality intertwined, three sisters lurked in the darkness, each more terrifying than the last. The Gorgons, with their snakes for hair and eyes that could turn a man to stone, were the stuff of nightmares. Fear dripped from the very walls of their lair, echoing the unending dread they inspired. Medusa, the most infamous of the trio, had once been a beautiful maiden. Her beauty was so great that it attracted the attention of Poseidon, god of the sea. The spark of desire ignited a fierce jealousy within Athena, the goddess of wisdom. In a fit of rage, Athena cursed Medusa, transforming her into a monster whose mere gaze could petrify the strongest warrior. This transformation was not just physical, it was the shifting of her very essence, twisted by jealousy and betrayal. For Medusa, every glance into the mirror became an agony of remembrance, a reminder of her past life filled with light and love, now replaced by shadows and solitude. In the depths of her despair, Medusa found herself not just a monster, but a symbol of fear. The mortals of Greece spoke of her with reverence and horror, weaving tales around their campfires, warning their children of the Gorgon who waited in the dark. Each story, a thread in the tapestry of her legend, painted her as a vile creature. Yet, in truth, she was a victim of fate. The weight of her curse pressed down upon her heart, turning the once lively spirit into a fortress of sorrow. But within that fortress lived a flicker of defiance, a yearning for freedom from the chains of her monstrous existence. As men ventured forth to seek out the Gorgon, their intentions varied from heroism to mere greed. Some sought glory, hoping to slay the beast and claim the spoils of victory. Others were driven by revenge, fueled by tales of lost friends and family turned to stone. With every approaching step, Medusa could feel their hearts pounding in the stillness of the night, a rhythmic drumbeat of desperation and ambition. She would not merely be a target, she would be the very embodiment of their fears and nightmares. Perseus, the son of Zeus, was among those who sought to confront the Gorgon. Armed with a reflective shield and a sword forged by the gods, he set out with the courage of a hero and the recklessness of youth. The weight of destiny rested heavily on his shoulders as he journeyed to find Medusa's lair. The closer he drew, the more he felt the chill of her legend wrapping around him like a shroud. The stories spoke of her power, the way a mere look could freeze a man in place, leaving him forever trapped in a moment of terror. But Perseus was undeterred. The glory of victory danced in his mind like a distant flame. As he crossed the threshold into her world, Perseus was enveloped in darkness. Shadows writhed like serpents, whispering secrets of their own. The air thickened with an otherworldly tension, every breath a reminder of the peril that lay ahead. He could almost hear the whispers of lost souls, victims of Medusa's haunting gaze, urging him to turn back. Yet, driven by a sense of purpose, he pressed on, the shield clutched tightly in his grasp, a fragile barrier against the inevitable confrontation. Medusa sensed him before he even appeared, the air crackling with anticipation. She was a creature of instinct, able to feel the pulse of fear in the hearts of those who dared to approach. But this time, something was different. As Perseus stepped forward, his shield reflecting the dim light, Medusa caught a glimpse of a flicker of determination in his eyes. It was a spark that resonated with her own buried desires, a longing for understanding, for someone to see beyond the monster she had become. In that moment, time stood still. The air was thick with tension, and the weight of fate pressed down on both of them. Perseus hesitated, the sharp edge of his sword momentarily wavering. Medusa, trapped in her own despair, felt a strange connection to this boy who had come to end her misery. The pain of betrayal and loneliness echoed in their shared silence, but the world outside had other plans. The stories had already painted her as a monster. There was no turning back. With a swift motion, Perseus raised his sword, reflecting the light from his shield directly into her eyes. Medusa's heart raced, torn between the instinct to defend herself and the flicker of hope ignited in her chest. Would she be seen as more than just a monster? Could this young hero glimpse the truth hidden beneath her scales and fangs? But in that heartbeat, clarity shattered. The power of her curse surged forth, and she felt the familiar pain of transformation wash over her. In a flash, the world turned to stone, a single moment frozen in time that would echo throughout history. The legends would speak of Perseus triumphing over the Gorgon, the brave hero who claimed victory against a fearsome beast. But what of Medusa? Would she forever remain the villain in this tale? As the shadows settled back into silence, a question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. Who was the true monster in this story? And so the tale continued, echoing through the halls of time, weaving a bitter truth into the fabric of Greek mythology. Medusa's story would not end with her defeat. It would live on, a haunting reminder of the depths of jealousy, betrayal, and the many faces of fear. The world beyond would continue to spin, and new heroes would rise, yet her legend would linger, a chilling whisper in the night, beckoning the brave and the foolish alike. The petrifying women of ancient Greece were not just monsters. They were reflections of humanity's darkest corners: fear, anger, betrayal, waiting to ensnare the unwary in their grasp. The crack of thunder split the silence of the sky, echoing like an ancient drum. Lightning flashed, illuminating the dark, swirling clouds that hung heavy over the landscape. Each bolt seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the earth, a powerful reminder of nature's fury. Below, the people of the land watched in awe and reverence. They understood that this was no ordinary storm. This was the Thunderbird, a mighty spirit soaring through the heavens, commanding the elements with a wingspan that rivaled the mountains themselves. In Native American mythology, the Thunderbird was not simply a bird. It was a powerful deity, a protector, and a harbinger of change. Its presence signified both danger and opportunity, and to witness its flight was to glimpse the divine. Tales of the Thunderbird were woven into the very fabric of tribal life, passed down through generations as both warning and celebration. Each story was a thread, intricately connected to the land, the people, and the spirits that roamed both seen and unseen. As the storm raged, elders spoke in hushed tones around flickering fires. Their voices trembled with the weight of the ages, recounting how the Thunderbird had battled the evil water beast, a creature that had threatened the balance of their world. The sky darkened with the ferocity of their words, each syllable summoning the power of the spirit above. The Thunderbird, they said, with its eyes like glowing coals, could see everything. It carried storms in its wings and struck down its enemies with the fury of thunder. The flames crackled in agreement, casting shadows that danced like the spirits they honored. Children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations soaring with each tale. They imagined the great bird gliding across the horizon, its feathers painted in hues of blue and gold, bright as the sun. They felt the rush of wind as it swooped down to the earth, stirring the grass and sending a shiver down their spines. The stories were alive, vibrant, leaving an imprint on their hearts that would follow them into adulthood. In times of drought, when the earth cracked and the rivers ran low, the people would hold ceremonies, calling upon the Thunderbird to bring rain. They would dance and sing, their voices rising like smoke to the heavens, pleading for mercy and blessing. And then, often without warning, the clouds would gather, swirling ominously as if the great bird had heard their calls. Rain would come, pounding the earth, soaking the parched soil, and the people would rejoice, their faith in the Thunderbird renewed. But the Thunderbird was not just a symbol of abundance. It was also a reminder of the power of nature and the need for respect. Those who disrespected the earth or the spirits faced dire consequences. There were stories of those who angered the Thunderbird, who lost their way in fierce storms, or who found themselves at the mercy of floods. The elders taught that balance was vital and that the Thunderbird served as both protector and avenger. As the storm subsided, a hush would fall over the land. The air would feel electric, charged with the energy of what had just transpired. And then, as if orchestrated by the hand of the Thunderbird itself, a rainbow would stretch across the sky, a bridge between the earth and the heavens. It was a sign of hope, a promise that life would continue and that the Thunderbird watched over its people, guiding them through both hardship and joy. In every corner of the land, the imagery of the Thunderbird could be found, etched on rock faces, carved into wooden totems, painted on pottery. Each representation spoke of its power and significance, reminding all who gazed upon it of the spirit that soared above them. The Thunderbird was an embodiment of strength, a guardian of the tribes, and in its wings lay the essence of freedom. As evening fell and stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, the people gathered for storytelling. They spoke of the Thunderbird's many adventures, from battling fierce storms to helping lost souls find their way home. Each story resonated with laughter and tears, weaving a tapestry of emotions that bound the community together. It was here that the spirit felt closest, in the shared breath of the tales, in the unity forged by tradition. But there were whispers, too, of a time when the Thunderbird, weary from its battles, took a different form. Some spoke of it as a human, walking among the people, teaching them the ways of the world. It was said that in this guise, the Thunderbird revealed secrets of the earth, sharing wisdom about the plants, the animals, and the sacred balance of life. The elders warned, however, that such a gift was not to be taken lightly. With great power came responsibility, and the Thunderbird demanded respect from those it chose to guide. As the night deepened, the stories grew more intense, shadows playing on faces lit by firelight. With each passing tale, the air thickened with anticipation. The people knew that the Thunderbird was not merely a figure of the past, but a living force among them. Watching, waiting, they felt the electric pulse of possibility in their veins, a reminder that the spirit's influence extended beyond the skies. In the distance, a rumble of thunder echoed softly, a lingering reminder of the spirit that roamed above. The people fell silent, their hearts racing with a mix of fear and hope. It was a call, an invitation to remember their connection to the Thunderbird, to honor the lessons it imparted. And as the flickering flames began to wane, the sky opened once more, revealing a tapestry of stars, each one a shimmering promise of the power that lay just beyond their reach. The stories of the Thunderbird, with all their power and emotion, intertwined with the very essence of life itself, creating a bridge from one moment to the next. The storm would rise again, as it always did, and with it the indomitable spirit of the Thunderbird would soar, reminding everyone that they were never alone, that they were part of something far greater. And as the night deepened, the people's hearts beat in rhythm with the thunder, a bond unbroken, a legacy that would echo through the ages. The skies darkened, heavy clouds swirling above an ancient land. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a warning of the power that lay ahead. It was here, in these tumultuous moments, that the mighty Anzu, the winged lion of Sumerian legend, made his presence known. With the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle, Anzu was a creature of both beauty and terror, a being that could inspire awe and dread in equal measure. His roar echoed through the valleys, vibrating like a drumbeat in the hearts of those who heard it. Anzu was no ordinary creature. He was born from the very essence of chaos and order. The Sumerians, who lived thousands of years ago in the cradle of civilization, spoke of him as a guardian of the sacred and a harbinger of destruction. In their tales, he was a creature who could soar above the highest mountains, casting shadows that stretched across the earth, a being that blurred the line between the divine and the earthly. He was known to steal the tablets of destiny, an act that would send the cosmos spiraling into turmoil. As the storm brewed, the legend of Anzu spread like wildfire. The villagers gathered in hushed circles, their eyes wide with fear and fascination. The elders recounted the story of how Anzu had once taken the tablets from the god Enlil, believing himself powerful enough to challenge the heavens. The air crackled with tension as they spoke of the consequences that followed: floods that washed away entire cities, skies that rained fire, and the cries of those who had lost everything. Our Anzu, they said, was relentless and cunning, a true embodiment of the chaos he represented. Young men and women listened with bated breath, their imaginations ignited by the vivid tales of Anzu's might. They envisioned him gliding smoothly through the air, golden feathers glinting in the dying light, a creature both beautiful and fearsome. What would it be like to stand before him? To feel the wind from his wings whip through their hair, to hear the thunderous roar that could shake the very ground beneath their feet? Each thought sent chills down their spines, a mix of wonder and horror that refused to fade. But there was more to Anzu than mere stories of destruction. The Sumerians understood that every powerful figure held within them the potential for both good and evil. Anzu was seen as a guardian, a protector of the sacred as well. Legends told of how he guarded the treasures of the gods, the secrets of the universe tucked away in the great vaults of the heavens. He was a beast of dualities, a reminder that light and shadow exist within all beings. In one heart-stopping moment, a young boy named Nabu found himself standing on a hill, the storm swirling around him, the very air charged with energy. He had always been drawn to the stories, always felt a strange connection to the winged lion. As he gazed at the darkening sky, he could almost feel Anzu's presence, a weight on his chest that both frightened and exhilarated him. The boy whispered a prayer, hoping to summon the spirit of the creature. He felt a thrill run through him, an electric pulse that made his heart race. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped through the valley, carrying a haunting roar that echoed in Nabu's ears. The ground shook beneath his feet and he staggered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was it possible? Had Anzu truly come to him? The boy's heart thudded in his chest as he remembered the stories, the warnings to never draw the anger of such a creature. Yet how could he not feel drawn to the majestic power that surrounded him? As the storm intensified, Nabu's grip on reality began to blur. He could see flashes of gold streaking through the dark clouds, hear wings flapping like thunder. Panic surged through him, but beneath the fear was an undeniable excitement. He was at the edge of something monumental, a moment that would define him forever. The air crackled with the potential of magic, and the boy couldn't help but wonder if he was destined to play a part in Anzu's tale. The legend pulsed through the village, a heartbeat resonating with those who dared to listen. Anzu became more than just a story. He transformed into a symbol of humanity's struggle against chaos. The elders spoke of hope, of the bravery that came from facing the impossible. They told of heroes who had attempted to reclaim the tablets from Anzu, men whose names echoed through time, always accompanied by tales of sacrifice and courage. And so Nabu's world spiraled into a tempest of emotions, the exhilaration of possibility mingling with the terror of the unknown. Would he be a hero like those in the stories, or would he become another victim of Anzu's wrath? The thought sent shivers coursing through him, the dual nature of the Anzu looming large in his mind. With every heartbeat, the tension mounted. He clenched his fists, feeling the pulse of ancient power coursing through his veins. Outside the protective walls of the village, the storm raged on, wind howling like 1,000 lost souls searching for solace. Nabu lifted his chin defiantly towards the sky, his spirit ignited by the very essence of Anzu. In that moment, he was no longer just a boy. He felt part of something grand and extraordinary. The clouds churned above him, and the roar of Anzu echoed once more, a cry that promised both destruction and transcendence. In that instant, Nabu understood. The line between fear and courage is often drawn in the heart, and it is in the darkest of storms that true strength is forged. The night was alive with possibilities, and Nabu stood at the threshold ready to face whatever lay ahead, unaware of the destiny that awaited him. The tale of Anzu was far from over. It was only beginning, ready to intertwine with the fates of those who dared to dream amidst chaos. In the stillness of a cool dawn, nestled within the mist-shrouded peaks of ancient China, the air breathed magic. The world felt alive, as if every blade of grass and whispered breeze held a secret waiting to unfold. Legends spoke of a creature, a magnificent being that roamed these sacred lands, adorned with the wisdom of ages and the grace of a dream. The Qilin. It was unlike any other, with shimmering scales reflecting the soft colors of dawn and a horn spiraling like the finest silk. The Qilin stood as a symbol of peace and prosperity. Yet, lurking beneath its beauty were omens, whispers of fate that sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest souls. In the annals of history, tales of the Qilin intertwined with the fate of emperors and the destiny of nations. The first sighting, recorded during the reign of Emperor Yao, sent ripples through the hearts of scholars and common folk alike. It was said that when the Qilin appeared, it heralded the rise of a virtuous ruler. Its presence was not merely a spectacle. It was a divine message carved into the very fabric of existence. Villagers would awaken with bated breath, hoping for a glimpse of this ethereal being, praying that its arrival would usher in a golden age, where kindness and wisdom reigned supreme. Yet, as the sun dipped low and shadows stretched across the land, the Qilin's omens grew darker. When it appeared, cloaked in mists of uncertainty, it warned of calamities to come. Scholars pored over ancient texts, seeking the meanings behind the creature's ethereal form, a harbinger of both glory and doom. A sighting before a great battle could send armies trembling. A glimpse during a time of peace could ignite hope in the hearts of the weary. Each encounter was layered with significance, leaving a trail of whispers and gasps in its wake. As history unfolded, the Qilin became a symbol of prophecy, its spirit woven into the tapestry of fate. In the Song dynasty, a time of innovation and culture, the creature was said to appear during moments of great change. Artists painted its image on scrolls, capturing its grace, while poets wove verses that echoed its name with reverence. But in the shadows, the fear of its dual nature lingered. The Qilin's horn, though a symbol of beauty, was also a reminder that peace could easily succumb to chaos. In one fateful year, as the winter frost began to melt, farmers prayed for rain, their fields parched and forlorn. It was then that villagers reported sightings of the Qilin, each description more vivid than the last, its scales glowing like embers against a backdrop of gray, its eyes filled with an ancient knowing. The air crackled with anticipation, igniting hearts with the hope of renewal. Then, one evening, a child, wide-eyed and innocent, claimed to have seen the creature standing alone at the edge of the forest, bathed in silvery moonlight. The news spread like wildfire. In hushed tones, the townsfolk gathered, weaving around the flickering flames of their bonfire, recounting the child's encounter. They shared stories of their ancestors who had witnessed the Qilin, tales of bounty and misfortune. The elders spoke of a time when the Qilin roamed freely, a guardian of harmony and balance. But the child's voice, soft yet steady, pierced through the fear-laden air. It told me a terrible truth. A storm is brewing, and we must prepare. As the words hung in the air, a chill swept through the crowd, and the flicker of hope began to dim. The Qilin was a harbinger, not just of blessings but of warnings. The villagers, once giddy with excitement, now felt the weight of anxiety settle upon their shoulders. They understood that with the promise of rain came the threat of flooding, a duality that echoed the very nature of the Kylin itself. Days turned to weeks, and the skies darkened as ominous clouds gathered. With each passing day, the chance for rain grew fervent, blending seamlessly with the whispers of fear that curled like smoke around the village. Some took to the mountains, seeking the ancient sages who might interpret the Kylin's message. Meanwhile, others sat by their doorsteps, eyes scanning the horizon, hearts racing at every gust of wind. Then, one fateful night, as the village lay cloaked in uneasy slumber, the heavens broke open. Rain poured down like a relentless torrent, washing away the hopes of many. In the chaos, a soft glow emerged from the forest, illuminating the night. It was the Kylin, standing proud against the backdrop of thunder and lightning. Its horn glimmered even amidst the storm, a beacon of resilience. But as villagers rushed to bear witness, their hearts raced not with joy, but with dread. The storm was a testament to the Kylin's dual nature. It was both the promise of life and the threat of destruction. The creature stood tall, unyielding, as the storm raged on, and villagers, powerless against nature's fury, watched as their world transformed. Trees bent and broke, rivers overflowed, and in that tumultuous moment, they felt the weight of the Kylin's omen settle over them, a reminder that balance could easily tip towards chaos. In the days that followed, as the floodwaters receded and the village began to pick up the pieces, the Kylin's presence lingered in their hearts. With every whispered prayer for guidance, they sought to understand the message woven into the fabric of their lives, the delicate balance between hope and fear, prosperity and loss. The Kylin was not simply a creature of myth, it was a reflection of their own struggles, their joys, and their sorrows, entwined in the relentless cycle of existence. As the sun rose over the once ravaged village, a new dawn began, one filled with uncertainty yet tinged with possibilities. The Kylin remained a powerful symbol, standing as a guardian of their fate, invoking both reverence and apprehension. With each passing day, the villagers grappled with the lessons of the past, driven by the knowledge that their destinies were not preordained, but were crafted by their choices and actions. Yet, deep within the woodlands, where the mists lingered and secrets lay hidden, the Kylin watched. It observed the hearts of men and women, their ambitions, their fears. Its story continued, a thread woven into the fabric of history whispering an age-old truth, that even in the shadows of despair, hope could flourish. And as the villagers turned their eyes to the horizon, they felt the pulse of fate thrum in their chest, a reminder that the Kylin's omens were just the beginning of a far greater tale. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the still waters of Lake Texcoco, a chilling silence enveloped the area. The air was thick with tension, the kind that makes your skin prickle and your heart race. It was a time of legends, when whispers of fear and caution coursed through the veins of Mesoamerican tribes. Among these tales, the name Ahuizotl loomed large, a beast so terrifying that it could silence the bravest of warriors and leave the unsuspecting paralyzed with dread. The Ahuizotl was no ordinary creature. It was a monstrous blend of a dog, a monkey, and a fish, with dark, slick fur that gleamed ominously under the moonlight. Its eyes glowed with an unsettling intelligence, too cunning for any mere beast of the wild. Shimmering claws extended from its paws, sharp enough to rip through flesh as easily as a knife cuts through butter. But it was the creature's long, serpentine tail that truly drew gasps of horror, a tail that curled and twisted, glinting with the promise of danger and despair. For the people living near the lake, the Ahuizotl was both a myth and a real threat. Fishermen would return with tales of their companions disappearing beneath the water's surface, pulled down into the depths by some unseen force. Mothers would hush their children at the mention of the Ahuizotl, warning them not to stray too close to the shore. The water calls, they would say, and the Ahuizotl answers. fear lingered in the air like a thick fog, wrapping itself around the hearts of those who dared to venture too close. One evening, a young boy named Itzkali sat on the edge of the lake, his feet dangling above the water, oblivious to the warnings. He was a curious soul, with a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with wonder. The water shimmered like diamonds, but Itzkali saw something deeper, a reflection of adventure, untainted by the fear of his elders. He thought of the fish he could catch, the stories he could tell. The shadows of the trees loomed behind him, whispering secrets that were meant to remain unspoken. Then, as if summoned by his innocent thoughts, a ripple disturbed the surface. Itzkali's heart quickened and he leaned forward, peering into the depths. The water darkened, swirling in unnatural patterns that danced with the fading light. A glimmer of fear pricked at his thoughts, but the thrill of the unknown tugged harder. Would the Ahuizotl rise from its watery lair, or was it merely a trick of the fading day? The heavy silence was suddenly pierced by a guttural growl that echoed across the lake, resonating within the very bones of the earth. Itzkali froze, the sound washing over him like icy water. The tales of the Ahuizotl surged back to the forefront of his mind. He had heard of its ferocity, its cunning, yet he could not tear himself away from the edge. Perhaps the legends were just that, stories to keep children in line. But when a dark form broke through the surface, breaking the water into violent splashes, Itzkali's breath caught in his throat. The Ahuizotl emerged, its eyes locking onto his with an intensity that made every hair on his body stand on end. The boy felt a primal fear surge within him, bending his will to flee. Yet something held him captive, a hypnotic pull that kept him tethered to the spot. The beast's sleek body glistened in the twilight, its sharp claws glinting ominously against the fading light. It lifted its head, revealing rows of jagged teeth that glistened with droplets of water, a promise of the horror it could unleash. The lake, which had once seemed so inviting, now felt like a grave waiting to swallow him whole. With each heartbeat, the tension mounted, a drumroll of fate echoing in the hollow space between them. But just as sudden as it had appeared, the Ahuizotl hesitated. Its gaze shifted, perhaps distracted by a rustle in the nearby reeds. Itzkali seized the moment, his instincts screaming for him to run. He stumbled backward, feeling the earth slip beneath him, and with a surge of adrenaline, he turned and dashed away, fear propelling him faster than he had ever run. The Ahuizotl, however, was not finished. With a flick of its powerful tail, it dove into the depths, its form disappearing beneath the surface, but not before Itzkali caught a glimpse of its piercing eyes glinting just below the waterline, watching him, waiting. As he reached the safety of the trees, the boy gasped for breath, the adrenaline coursing through him like wildfire. He could still hear the whispers of the lake behind him, the water lapping at the shore, calling, beckoning. Would it lure him back, promising a tale of bravery or an end to his adventures? He fought against the pull, knowing too well that the Ahuizotl was not merely a creature of myth, but a master of deception, ready to exploit every ounce of curiosity and bravery within him. Days turned into weeks, and the fear of the Ahuizotl remained etched in the hearts of the villagers. Itzkali would share his tale, his voice trembling with the memory, a warning echoing through the community. Yet, even as stories spread, the lake continued to glisten under the sun, an alluring trap that drew in the young and old alike. Each ripple on its surface promised the thrill of adventure, but also whispered of the lurking danger beneath. And so the cycle continued, with nightly tales of the Ahuizotl weaving their way into the fabric of their lives, a constant reminder of the thin veil between curiosity and caution. Each fisherman, each child, would weigh their dreams against the chilling reminder of the aquatic monster that claimed its victims in the stillness of night, a creature that thrived on the bravado of those daring enough to seek its secrets as the lake lapped gently at the shore, eternally patient, eternally hungry. The wind howled through the ancient ruins, carrying whispers of forgotten tales. Shadows danced beneath the moonlight, where the stones of old castles seemed to hold their breath. Tales of the jinn. Spirits born from smokeless fire flickered through the air like a candle flame, a mix of allure and dread. The night felt pregnant with magic and danger, as those who dared to summon the jinn knew all too well the price of their desires. In the bustling marketplaces of Baghdad, merchants exchanged more than mere goods. They traded stories of jinn. Some spoke of their benevolence, granting wishes to the worthy, while others warned of their wrath, cursing those who sought more than they deserved. Among the crowd, a young boy listened intently, his heart racing as he caught snippets of whispered warnings. He could almost feel the presence of the jinn, lurking just beyond the veil of reality, waiting for the foolish to summon them. Legends told of the great King Solomon, who commanded legions of jinn, binding them to his will with a simple ring. His voice, a melody of authority, echoed through the ages as he ordered the spirits to build magnificent palaces and transport treasures beyond imagination. Yet even Solomon, the wisest of men, knew that power came at a cost. The jinn, with their fiery spirits, could be malevolent as easily as they could be benevolent. One stormy night, a young merchant named Farid stumbled upon an ancient, dusty lamp in the depths of a forgotten alley. Drawn by its mysterious allure, he rubbed its surface, and with a deafening crackle of thunder, a towering jinn emerged in a whirl of smoke. With eyes like burning embers, the jinn offered 3 wishes, each accompanied by a haunting promise. "Choose wisely," it warned, a smirk playing on its lips, "for every wish has a shadow." Farid's heart raced with both excitement and fear. His mind raced with dreams of wealth and power. In his thoughts, he was already a king, sitting on a throne made of gold. But the jinn's voice echoed ominously in his ears, warning him of the unseen consequences. The air thickened with tension as the merchant hesitated, battling the seductive pull of greed and the chilling awareness of danger. As he made his first wish, the ground trembled beneath him. Gold coins spilled from the heavens, but with them came the cries of the cursed, those who had wished before him and lost everything in the process. The jinn laughed, a sound that sent shivers down his spine, as it revealed the dark truth behind fulfillment. For your first wish, you gain riches, but a heavy price awaits. Days turned into nights, and Farid found himself ensnared in a web of luxury, yet haunted by shadows that danced just beyond his sight. Each time he reached for his newfound wealth, he felt a cold breath on the back of his neck, a reminder that nothing comes without a cost. Friends turned to enemies, and his laughter echoed hollowly, a mask to conceal his growing dread. In the far reaches of the Arabian desert, tales of Farid's wishes spread like wildfire. A group of daring adventurers, drawn by the allure of the lamp, sought to find him. Among them was Layla, a fierce warrior with a heart full of courage. She knew that the jinn were not to be trifled with, their powers both magnificent and terrifying. Yet the promise of adventure was too enticing, and she felt a pull towards the unknown. As Layla and her companions journeyed through the shifting sands, the heat of the desert sun beat down upon them. Each step felt heavier, as if the weight of their own desires bore down upon their souls. The stories of the jinn grew more vivid in her mind, filling her with both excitement and foreboding. What would they find? What horrors awaited in the shadows of the ancient world? At last, they arrived at the crumbling ruins where Farid once reveled in his wealth. The air was thick with apprehension as they crept inside, the walls seemingly alive with the remnants of the past. Flickering shadows played tricks on their eyes, and whispers echoed through the hallways like distant memories. The jinn could be felt lurking, watching, waiting for the next soul to tempt fate. Farid, now a mere shell of the man he once was, sat alone amidst the remnants of his riches. His eyes, once bright with ambition, now reflected despair and a haunted longing. "Leave while you can," he croaked as they approached, The jinn will twist your wishes into nightmares." He spoke of the dark power that had consumed him, the laughter of the jinn that resonated like thunder in his mind. But Layla, driven by a fierce determination, felt a spark ignite within her. "We cannot allow ourselves to be afraid," she declared, her voice steady despite the growing chill. "If we are to face the jinn, we must do so with courage and wisdom." Her comrades nodded, their hearts pounding in rhythm with her resolve. As the evening shadows lengthened, a low rumble filled the air. The jinn, sensing their presence, materialized in a swirl of smoke, its form shifting and undulating, a creature of both beauty and terror. "Foolish mortals," it taunted, its eyes gleaming with mischief. "Do you dare challenge the power of the jinn? What is it that you seek?" The air crackled with tension as Layla stepped forward, her heart racing. The whispers of countless souls echoed around them, a reminder of those who had come before, their wishes twisted into curses. In that moment, the weight of their desires hung heavy, and the jinn watched, an insatiable hunger glimmering in its fiery gaze. "Speak your wishes," it commanded, and the ground trembled beneath them. Would they be wise enough to heed the lessons of the past? Or would they, too, find themselves ensnared in the everlasting web of the jinn, a tale of terror and longing destined to repeat itself? The moment stretched on, a breath held in fear and anticipation as the fate of their hearts hung in the balance. In the stillness of a moonlit night, with only the rustling of leaves to break the silence, a strange sound echoed from the shadows. It was a soft chuckle, light and airy like the tinkling of distant bells. The villagers had long whispered about the presence of a boggart, a mischievous spirit that thrived on chaos and laughter, hiding in the corners of fields and houses, ready to play tricks on the unsuspecting. Little did they know that the ancient tales spun around hearths would soon come to life. Thomas, a young lad with wide eyes and a heart full of curiosity, had heard the stories from his grandmother. She spoke of boggarts with a mix of fear and excitement. "They can be helpful, but they can also be wicked," she would say, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Sometimes, they even steal away children." This nugget of information filled Thomas's mind with a blend of dread and thrill, igniting his imagination. One evening, emboldened by the stories, Thomas ventured out to the edge of the woods, guided by the silvery glow of the moon. The air was thick with anticipation. As he tread further, the grass whispered beneath his feet, brushing against his ankles like a gentle warning. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled the branches, and a chill ran down his spine. There it was again, the soft laughter echoing around him, teasing him, calling him closer. Boggarts were renowned for their trickery, often taking the shape of a shadow or a flickering light to confuse the unsuspecting. In the 14th century, tales began to circulate across England, telling of these playful spirits that could live in any home. A boggart could hide under a bed, disappear into the darkest corner of an attic, or even nestle in the very grain of the farmhouses. They would rearrange furniture, hide tools, and sometimes, when the mood struck them, they would even create a ruckus in the dead of night, leaving the inhabitants in a state of fright and confusion. As Thomas stood at the brink of the woods, he felt the urge to call out, to challenge the spirit that had captivated his thoughts. "Boggart!" he shouted, the word tumbling from his lips like a pebble tossed into still water. Silence fell, thick and heavy. For a moment he thought he had made a mistake, that perhaps invoking such a spirit was unwise. But then a rustling sound came from the thicket, followed by a sudden burst of laughter that seemed to dance through the air, wrapping around him like a playful breeze. From the shadows emerged a small, wispy figure. It was no taller than Thomas's knee, with wild hair that looked like tangled roots and eyes that sparkled with mischief. The boggart grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp little teeth. "You called," it crooned, its voice a blend of melody and mischief echoing the old tales that had warned of its unpredictable nature. Without thinking, Thomas took a step back, uncertainty flooding his veins. Yet, this was the moment he had longed for. "What do you want?" he asked, half daring, half fearful. "Oh, dear child," the boggart replied, its smile widening. "I want to play, of course, but first, let's see if you're clever enough to keep up." And with that, the spirit darted into the trees, a blur of shadow and laughter. Thomas hesitated but felt an undeniable pull to follow. He raced after the creature weaving through the trees, his heart pounding with both excitement and trepidation. He could hear the giggles echoing through the branches, taunting him, daring him to catch up. The boggart led him deeper into the woods, where the moonlight barely reached and the air felt cooler, heavier with mystery. Stories of boggarts often spoke of their love for mischief, but they also carried deeper meanings. In some tales, they served as guardians, protecting the homes they inhabited, but demanding respect in return. A boggart might help with chores if a family treated it well, but if angered or ignored, it could unleash chaos, breaking tools, hiding livestock, or causing livestock to scatter. As Thomas chased the spirit, the laughter transformed. It became a cacophony of sounds, echoing a darker, more sinister tone. Suddenly, the boggart stopped, turning to face him, its eyes glinting with a sly challenge. "Do you think you're brave enough to face the truth of the boggart?" it asked as the shadows thickened around them. "For every laugh, there's a lesson, and for every game, a price." Just then, a gust of wind swept through the trees, carrying a chill that seeped into Thomas's bones. The laughter faded, replaced by a somber hush. For a moment, he could almost hear whispers of the past, the cries of children lost to the woods, the echoes of those who had failed to heed the warnings. "Do you see?" the boggart said, its voice now low and haunting. "There's more to our games than you know. Are you willing to pay the price for your curiosity?" The spirit's form flickered, briefly revealing a visage that was both grotesque and beautiful, a reminder of the ancient tales that were woven into the very fabric of the land. Thomas felt his heart race, not just with fear, but with a growing understanding. The stories weren't just playful whims. They held truths about respect, caution, and the balance between mischief and chaos. "What do you want from me?" he managed to whisper, his breath coming in quick bursts. The boggart's face softened, childlike mischief returning. "Only to play, dear child. But remember this: when you call a spirit, you invite its nature into your world. Will you run, or will you stay?" The question hung in the air, thick with tension. As the shadows seemed to swirl around them, Thomas realized that the essence of the boggart was woven into the very essence of folklore, a reminder that every story, every encounter had its depths. The laughter had masked fear, but underneath lay a truth waiting to be unveiled. In that moment, the world around him shifted. The laughter returned, echoing through the woods, beckoning him deeper into an adventure that threatened to entwine his fate with that of the boggart. A thread that would lead him into the heart of mischief and mystery, where every twist held a new surprise, and every turn danced with the unknown. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the small village nestled by the river. Shadows danced among the trees, and an unsettling silence enveloped the air. It was the kind of night where whispers carried like secrets, where even the bravest of hearts felt a twinge of fear. If one listened closely, they might hear the faint sound of crying, a sorrowful lament that sent chills racing down the spine. For years, children were warned to stay away from the river after dark, for it was said that the weeping woman roamed the banks, her wails echoing through the night, searching for what she had lost. La Llorona, the weeping woman, was a figure wrapped in tragedy and despair. Legend has it that she was once a beautiful woman named Maria, living in a humble village near the banks of a glistening river. Maria had captured the heart of a handsome man, a wealthy noble who promised her the world. Their love burned brighter than the sun, and soon they were married, their laughter echoing through the fields as they danced together under the stars. But love can be fickle. As time went on, Maria's husband began to change, drawn away by the allure of wealth and status, neglecting her and their children. With each passing day, Maria's heart grew heavier, filled with a pain that felt as vast as the river itself. She watched helplessly as her husband's affections drifted to another, a woman of high standing, with beauty and riches that Maria could never claim. One fateful evening, the sounds of laughter faded, and the whispers of betrayal wrapped around her like a shroud. In a fit of despair, Maria confronted her husband by the riverbank, demanding answers. But instead of love and reassurance, she found only coldness. The words exchanged were sharp and bitter, tearing at the fabric of her heart. In her anguish, a darkness consumed her mind. The river, with its shimmering waters, beckoned her in. In a moment of utter despair, Maria made an unimaginable choice. She turned away from her husband, but in her sorrow she failed to notice that her children, their innocent faces aglow with love, had followed her. In a heartbreaking twist, they fell into the river, their laughter replaced by silence. Maria's screams sliced through the night, but it was too late. The waters swallowed her children whole. The days that followed were filled with torment. A hollow shell of the woman she once was, Maria wandered the riverbanks, her heart shattered beyond repair. It is said that she cried out for her children, her voice echoing through the valleys, a mournful sound that filled the air with sorrow. The villagers, once enchanted by her beauty, now locked their doors and barred their windows at night, fearful of the ghostly figure that roamed the banks. They spoke in hushed tones about her tragic fate, about the terrible price of love and loss. As the seasons changed, so did the legend of La Llorona. With each retelling, her story evolved, transforming her from a grieving mother into a vengeful spirit. Some said she lured children to the river seeking to replace her own lost ones, while others spoke of her as a warning. "Beware of the weeping woman," they would say. "She walks the night, searching for children to take in her sorrow." The sound of her cries became a chilling reminder of the love that had turned to despair, a tale passed down from generation to generation. But what if there was more to her sorrow? What if behind the veil of anger and vengeance, La Llorona was simply a mother lost in her grief, forever seeking her children, forever cursed to wander? As the moon waxed and waned, night after night she became a part of the landscape, an eternal reminder of the fragility of love and the depths of despair. On a fateful night, a young girl, curious and unafraid, ventured to the riverbank, drawn by the sound of weeping. As she stepped into the moonlight, the air thickened with tension. The girl had heard the stories, yes, but they felt like mere tales woven to scare children into obedience. She was brave, and her curiosity pushed her forward. "Is anyone there?" she called, her voice trembling yet filled with determination. The air grew still, and for a moment, silence reigned. Then came a whisper, soft as a breeze, yet wrapped in an unmistakable sadness. "Help me." The young girl's heart raced. Was it truly La Llorona? She could feel the weight of the spirit's sorrow pressing upon her, the grief like a heavy fog. The cries of the weeping woman echoed in her ears, wrapping around her like a shroud. Suddenly the water began to ripple, reflecting the pale moonlight. The girl felt her heart pound as a figure emerged from the depths, her flowing white gown billowing like mist. La Llorona stood before her, her face a portrait of sorrow, streaked with tears that glimmered like diamonds in the night. The girl felt a rush of both fear and sympathy, a tug-of-war of emotions that left her breathless. "Please," the spirit implored, her voice a haunting melody steeped in longing. "I seek my children." In that moment, the young girl understood. La Llorona was not just a ghost, she was a mother, her love twisted into an eternal quest for redemption. The girl's heart ached for the pain that radiated from the spirit. The river, once a place of laughter, had become a graveyard of dreams, and the weight of despair hung heavy in the air. The girl took a hesitant step forward, instinctively reaching out as if she could bridge the chasm that separated the living from the lost. "I can help you," she whispered, her voice barely a tremor against the night. La Llorona's eyes, filled with both hope and despair, locked onto the girl's. Hope flickered in the depths of that sorrow, igniting a spark of determination. But as the girl stood there, the ground beneath her felt treacherous. The river's waters swirling with unseen dangers. The cries of children echoed in the distance, a reminder of the love that had been lost and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The night stretched on, thick with tension and unresolved emotions, as the girl and the weeping woman stood at the edge of the river, bound by an unspoken bond. The moon continued to cast its pale light upon them, illuminating the darkness that surrounded their fates, as the haunting cries intertwined with the whispering winds. The air grew colder, and the river flowed on, relentless and unyielding, a mirror of the pain that would never truly fade. In the stillness of twilight, just as the last rays of sun kissed the horizon, the waters of the river shimmered like molten silver. Children gathered by the banks, their laughter mingling with the gentle splash of water. Little did they know, lurking beneath the surface, something stirred, a creature born from ancient tales, ready to awaken their deepest fears. A kappa. Legends whispered of these water demons, half-man, half-turtle beings, with skin the color of moss and eyes that glinted like polished stones. They were said to inhabit Japan's rivers and ponds, waiting for the unwary. With a glance, they could draw a person into the depths, luring them with promises of companionship and mischief. The innocent tales spun around campfires transformed into warnings, as parents told their children, "Beware the kappa. It craves your very essence." As the moon rose, casting a silvery glow, a chill crept into the air. The kappa, with its dish-like head filled with water, was said to derive its power from that sacred liquid. If the water spilled, it would lose its strength, dragging it back to the depths. But this weakness also made it cunning. It would trick its victims into spilling or sharing their own water, leaving them vulnerable. One stormy night, a young boy named Haruto ventured to the river's edge, a lantern flickering in the wind. He felt drawn, almost hypnotized by the glimmering water. "Is anyone there?" he called out, his voice trembling, swallowed by the night. Silence answered, but shadows danced beneath the surface, whispering secrets only the kappa could hear. As he leaned closer, the water rippled ominously, and a head emerged, adorned with a crown of slick algae. The creature's eyes locked onto Haruto's, filled with an otherworldly allure. "Come closer, little one," it beckoned, its voice smooth like the flow of the river. "I have treasures and stories to share." Haruto hesitated, a shiver racing down his spine. Was it curiosity or fear that pulled him closer? He remembered the tales told by his grandmother, of the brave fisherman who faced the kappa and returned with tales of adventure. Or curses. This moment felt suspended in time. The world around him faded, leaving only the enchanting pull of the creature. Suddenly, he saw the water in the kappa's dish start to swirl, a glimmer of light reflecting off its surface. "I can grant you power," the kappa whispered with a grin. "What do you desire?" A promise danced in the air, tempting and intoxicating. The boy's heart raced. Power? Adventure? Or perhaps the simple thrill of friendship? Yet Haruto's grandmother's voice echoed in his mind. "The kappa takes more than it gives." A flash of doubt flickered and he took a step back. But the kappa's smile widened, revealing sharp, glistening teeth. "Do you seek to reject me?" "You will regret it," it hissed, the water around it bubbling ominously. Just then, a log floated downstream, crashing into the bank with a loud thud, startling Haruto from his reverie. The kappa roared in anger, its face twisting with rage. "You think you can escape me?" It lunged forward and Haruto stumbled back, heart pounding in his chest. The water sloshed violently, revealing a web of gnarled hands reaching out, grasping for the boy's ankles. Fear gripped Haruto, and he turned to run, the darkness closing in behind him. He dashed through the trees, branches clawing at his skin as he raced away from the river. The laughter of the kappa echoed in his ears, a haunting reminder of the power it wielded and the darkness it hid beneath its playful exterior. Time blurred as Haruto sprinted, the world around him a whirlwind of shadows and whispers. He could feel the creature's presence chase him, as though the very water itself sought to reclaim him. The village lights flickered in the distance, but would he reach them in time? His thoughts raced alongside his feet. Would he warn the villagers? Would they believe him? What if the kappa returned to claim them too? Questions swirled in his mind like autumn leaves caught in a storm. Each step he took brought him closer to safety, yet the fear of the kappa lingered, a shadow in his heart. As he burst into the village, breathless and wide-eyed, the lantern's warm glow enveloped him. The familiar faces of his neighbors turned towards him, concern etched on their brows. Haruto gasped, trying to explain, but all that emerged were fragmented words. Kappa. Water. Danger, the villagers murmured, casting wary glances toward the river where the surface now seemed eerily calm. An old man stepped forward, his voice steady. "You've been touched by the kappa, boy. We must gather the elders." The tension in the air thickened and whispers of the creature spread like wildfire. Stories of old battles fought against the kappa echoed in the night, drowning out Haruto's fear. They prepared for a confrontation, recalling ancient rites meant to protect the village from the water demon. As the elders gathered, Haruto's heart raced with dread and anticipation. He couldn't shake the feeling that the kappa was not done with him yet. The thought of it lurking, waiting for its moment to strike, twisted in his stomach like a coiled snake. He could hear the splashing of water in the distance, a reminder of the creature's power and a promise that it would not let go so easily. In the shadows, the kappa watched, its eyes glimmering with malice and cunning. It relished the chaos it had sown, knowing that fear could be as intoxicating as the lure of power. The winds howled, carrying the scent of rain, and with it the promise of a storm. It was only a matter of time before the waters rose and the kappa would strike again. And as the villagers prepared, their hearts heavy with the weight of ancient fears, the river's surface rippled once more, hinting at the tumultuous clash soon to unfold. The kappa's laughter echoed in the whispers of the wind, a sinister reminder that some legends refuse to fade. In the tangled green embrace of the Congo, where shadows twist and turn beneath the canopy of ancient trees, a legend stirs. A low rumble echoes through the thick underbrush, sending a shiver down the spine of any who dare tread too close. It is said that something enormous moves through the waters of the Congo River, a creature whispered about in hushed tones by the villagers. They call it Mokalambembe, the one who stops the flow of rivers, a living testament to a time when dinosaurs roamed the earth. For centuries, this creature has haunted the folklore of Central Africa. Tales of its great size and lumbering grace have been passed down through generations. The stories speak of a beast with a long neck, a massive body, and a tail which sweeps through the waters, creating waves that can capsize small boats. As night falls and the moon casts ghostly beams through the trees, the air thickens with tension. Could this giant really be out there, lurking within the shadows, watching with ancient eyes? In the late 19th century, Western explorers stumbled upon the rivers of the Congo, captivated by the land's beauty but more so by the tantalizing whispers of Mokalambembe. Their journals brimmed with sketches of strange footprints and crude maps marking where villagers claimed to have seen the beast rise from the depths. Despite their skepticism, they couldn't shake the feeling that something extraordinary lay just beyond their reach. They recorded each tale, each rumor, as if they were gathering evidence for a treasure hunt, unaware that they were cataloging echoes of a reality that might still be alive today. As the years rolled on, the Congo became a place of both wonder and fear. The dense jungle held secrets that seemed to breathe with life. The name, Mokelembembe, grew in infamy, stretching beyond the borders of Africa to capture the imagination of scientists, cryptozoologists, and thrill-seekers. Expeditions were launched, teams equipped with cameras, nets, and a thirst for discovery plunged into the watery labyrinth. Yet, with each passing year, the creature remained elusive, as if it were a master of disguise, a guardian of its own mystery. Villagers along the banks of the river had their own stories to tell. They spoke of nights filled with the sounds of crashing trees and splashing water, moments when the fabric of reality seemed to fray. Mothers would gather their children close, their eyes wide with both fear and excitement as they described the beast gliding silently through the murky waters, its silhouette reflecting the pale moonlight. Every ripple in the water, every rustle in the leaves sent shivers down their spines, each sound a reminder that something ancient still roamed the earth. In the early 2000s, a modern-day expedition set forth, armed with technology unimaginable to the explorers of the past. Drones buzzed overhead while teams of researchers paddled through the thick foliage. They came equipped with sonar devices and underwater cameras, determined to capture the truth behind the legend. But as they pushed deeper into the jungle, the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. The air crackled around them, thick with history, and for a fleeting moment they felt as though they were being watched by unseen eyes. The pulse of the jungle, quickening with every heartbeat, reminded them that they were intruders in a realm that had not forgotten its guardians. Then, on a fog-drenched morning, the expedition happened upon a small clearing. Scientists gathered around, their excitement palpable as they discovered a series of massive footprints imprinted in the soft mud. The tracks led towards the water, where the river glistened under the morning light, a mirror reflecting the dreams of those who dared to believe. The size of the prints sent a wave of exhilaration through the team. Could these be the remnants of Mokelembembe? They snapped photos, took measurements, their hearts racing with the possibility of unearthing a living legend. But nature, with its wild heart, had other plans. As they prepared to venture further, the jungle erupted into chaos. A thunderous roar broke through the stillness, reverberating through the trees like a drumbeat of warning. The team froze, eyes wide with fear and wonder as a massive shadow emerged from the river. In that breathtaking moment, time seemed to stop. The creature, with its long neck and colossal frame, rose from the water, droplets cascading off its skin like jewels. An ancient giant, both fearsome and majestic, stood before them, as if challenging their very existence. But just as quickly as it appeared, Mokelembembe plunged back into the depths, leaving nothing but ripples on the surface and a haunting echo in the air. The moment hung in the balance, a thin thread of reality woven with myth. The expedition team, now trembling with a mixture of awe and terror, realized they had brushed against something untouchable, something that defied explanation. With adrenaline coursing through their veins, they hurried to record their findings, though the fear of witnessing the impossible coursed through their minds. As they returned to civilization, their hearts remained tethered to that moment, an imprint on their souls that would never fade. The stories of Mokelembembe would continue to ripple through the ages, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to be felt, not understood. And in the lush depths of the Congo, where time itself seems to stand still, the legend lives on, breathing with the heartbeat of the jungle, waiting for the next brave soul to seek its truth and face the shadows of the past. In the dim light of the moon, shadows danced across the forest floor, cloaking the ancient trees with an air of mystery. A chill hung in the air, whispering tales of caution to any who dared to tread too close to the edge of the dark woods. Beneath the silvery glow, a figure silently weaved through the underbrush, her movements both graceful and unsettling. She was beautiful, enchanting, and yet beneath that alluring facade lay something far more sinister. The Jorogumo, a creature born from the depths of Japanese folklore, had lived for centuries, her legend interwoven with both dread and fascination. She was no ordinary spider. She was a woman, her skin as pale as moonlight and her hair flowing like the silk spun in her web. With the ability to morph from a delicate maiden into a giant, fearsome spider, she embodied the essence of seduction and terror, a duality that kept the villagers guessing and fearful. Stories of the Jorogumo echoed through the ages, tales passed down from one trembling voice to the next. Many claimed to have encountered her, only to vanish without a trace. Perhaps it was the soft, melodious laughter that drew them in, the way she seemed to glow in the darkness, beckoning them closer with promises of warmth and comfort. Yet those who approached her found themselves ensnared, trapped in the glistening threads of her web, a web spun with the very essence of their deepest desires. As the moon rose high in the sky, illuminating the forest with an ethereal light, whispers of the Jorogumo filled the night. Villagers gathered around flickering fires, their faces etched with fear and fascination. They spoke of her haunting beauty, describing how she could charm the most hardened of hearts. Some claimed she had been seen by the river, her laughter mingling with the sound of the water, captivating a fisherman who had wandered too close to her lair. She would appear as a woman in distress, her voice trembling like the softest of strings. "Help me," she would whisper, her eyes shimmering with tears that never fell. And those who fell for her act found themselves ensnared, drawn into a trap of their own making. They thought they could save her, yet it was they who would need saving from her insatiable hunger. Despite the warnings, curiosity fueled the hearts of many. A young boy, barely into his teens, was enthralled by the stories. He listened intently, his imagination ignited by the idea of the beautiful Spider-Woman. With dreams of rescuing a maiden trapped in a web of lies, he ventured into the depths of the forest one fateful night, his heart thumping with a mix of trepidation and excitement. As he stepped deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with tension. The trees seemed to close in around him, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal hands. And then he heard it, a soft, enchanting laughter that danced on the breeze. It pulled him closer, wrapping around him like a warm embrace. He followed the sound, each step echoing in his ears, until he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. There she stood, the Jorogumo, her eyes glimmering like stars in the night sky. She wore a flowing kimono, the fabric shimmering like the surface of a tranquil pond. Her presence was intoxicating, and the boy felt an inexplicable urge to draw near. "I've been waiting for you," she cooed, her voice a sweet melody that made his heart race. In that moment, the boy was entranced, captivated by her beauty and grace. But as he stepped forward, the air shifted, and the charming facade began to falter. Beneath the surface, her true nature lurked, hungry and waiting. The faint scent of decay lingered, and the boy felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stifled his unease, telling himself he was destined to save her. "Please, help me," she pleaded, her eyes wide with false innocence. "I am lost, trapped by this curse." The boy's heart twisted, his desire to be the hero overwhelming any sense of caution. But in the depths of her gaze, shadows flickered, hinting at the darkness that resided within. A whisper of doubt crept into his mind, but the warmth of her voice chased it away. As he reached for her hand, the world seemed to shift. The ground beneath him trembled, and the delicate silk threads of her web began to emerge from the shadows, glistening ominously in the moonlight. The boy gasped as he realized the trap had been set, the beauty before him transforming into something monstrous. Her mouth twisted into a predatory smile, and in an instant, he understood the true nature of the Jorogumo. Before he could retreat, before he could escape the web that now threatened to ensnare him, the forest erupted in chaos. The winds howled, carrying with them the whispers of countless souls lost to her charm. The boy's heart raced as he stumbled back, the realization sinking in like a heavy stone. She was not a damsel in distress. She was the very embodiment of danger, the allure of which had claimed many before him. Just as he turned to flee, the world around him shifted again. The trees leaned closer, as if eager to witness his fate. The laughter of the Yorogumo echoed in his ears, a haunting reminder of the beauty that concealed the deadly truth. With every beat of his heart, he could feel her presence growing stronger, the space between them shrinking as he scrambled to escape her web. But even as he ran, the stories of the villagers echoed in his mind. How many had fallen to her charms? How many had walked into the forest only to become her next meal? The fear gripped him tightly, but still, he pushed forward, driven by the instinct to survive. The shadows loomed behind him. A reminder that the Jorogumo would never stop hunting, never cease to weave her web of deception. And as he broke through the tree line, the laughter faded, replaced by the stillness of the night. Yet the chill remained, a reminder that danger lurked just beyond the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting heart to wander too close to the edge of the dark woods. The legend of the Jorogumo would continue, a timeless tale of beauty and treachery, echoing through the ages, ensuring that her web would never truly be unraveled. A ship sails under a sky smeared with fiery hues, the sun dipping slowly into the horizon like a reluctant performer leaving the stage. The sea glimmers, but hidden beneath its seemingly tranquil surface lies a force of nature that can swallow even the mightiest vessel whole. Charybdis, a name whispered with shivers, sits at the edge of the strait, waiting patiently to unleash its fury. The legend of Charybdis is as old as time itself, rooted in the tales of ancient mariners who dared to traverse the treacherous waters between Italy and Sicily. Charybdis is not merely a whirlpool. She is a monstrous being, once a beautiful nymph, twisted by the gods into a fearsome creature as punishment. With every ebb and flow of the tide, her monstrous mouth opens wide, sucking in the water with a roar that sends chills down the spine of any who dare approach. The air becomes heavy with tension, thick with the saltwater mist and the unspoken dread of what lies ahead. As ships glide through the waters, their crews cannot shake the feeling that they are being watched. Fear creeps into their hearts like a cold wind, and whispers of Charybdis echo against the wood of their vessels. They recall the stories told around campfires, the tales of sailors who vanished without a trace, their ships devoured by the pitiless whirlpool. The legends tell of the desperate cries of men, their voices swallowed by the gaping maw of Charybdis, a sound that haunts the dreams of those who have heard it. Underneath it all, Charybdis lies in wait, her presence felt but rarely seen. On stormy nights when the winds howl like banshees, the waters churn violently, and the surface of the sea roils as if possessed by some malevolent spirit. The sailors, eyes wide with terror, grip the sides of their boats, praying to gods long forgotten, their hopes dangling by a thread. They know that one wrong turn could lead them straight into the jaws of oblivion. But what drives a creature like Charybdis? Was she always meant to embody destruction? Once she was merely a nymph, a guardian of the seas, until the god Zeus, angered by her insatiable appetite for the ocean's bounty, transformed her into a monster. This curse, a punishment for her defiance, turned beauty into terror, and Charybdis became the embodiment of the tempestuous sea, forever trapped in her own cycle of hunger and destruction. The memories of her past life swirl with the currents, a painful reminder of what was lost. As daylight fades, the atmosphere thickens with foreboding. The sea teems with life, but the sailors' hearts are heavy, knowing that the beauty surrounding them masks a lurking danger. Each wave that crashes against the hull resonates with the stories of those who have faced Charybdis. They can almost hear the echoes of long-lost sailors, the echoes of laughter turned into screams, the panic rising as their ships are pulled into the abyss. A sudden hush falls over the crew as they spot the first signs of Charybdis. The water shifts, the surface swirling in a dance of chaos. It begins as a gentle tug, almost playful, but then the sea grows angry, pulling with a ferocity that chills the blood. The whirlpool deepens, creating a vortex that draws everything in: pieces of wood, scraps of fabric, and the very souls of the lost. A light flickers in the eyes of the captain as he realizes the truth. They have wandered too close to the edge, to the brink of disaster. His heart races as he barks orders, urging the crew to row against the current. They strain with all their might, muscles screaming, terror igniting their resolve. The water around them bubbles and froths, a cauldron of chaos that threatens to consume them. The roar of Charybdis grows louder, a chilling symphony of nature's wrath that drowns out their shouts. It is a sound that reminds them of their mortality, a constant reminder that the sea is a fickle mistress, one that demands respect. As the ship inches closer to the maw of destruction, a moment of clarity strikes the captain. He remembers the ancient tales of those who escaped Charybdis. They spoke of timing and skill, of knowing when to turn and how to harness the tides. He steels himself, drawing upon the wisdom of generations past, and with one final roar, he yells for the crew to brace themselves. The ship turns, the sails billowing as they fight against the relentless pull. But Charybdis is no ordinary force. The water surges, and the whirlpool churns with a life of its own, pulling them ever closer to its center. Desperation rises among the crew as they feel the ship tilt, the very wood creaking in protest. The whirlpool's strength is overwhelming, and they can feel its hunger, an insatiable desire for obliteration that resonates with every crashing wave. In that moment of despair, a flicker of hope ignites. The captain recalls the tale of Odysseus, who faced the same fate, navigating the perilous waters with courage and cunning. He realizes they are not alone. The spirits of all who have faced Charybdis rest upon the wooden beams of the ship, urging them to fight. The crew's resolve hardens. They are not merely fleeing death, but battling a legend. With every ounce of strength, they pull against the current, their hearts pounding in unison with the rhythm of the sea. The roar of Charybdis reaches a fever pitch, a crescendo of sound that drowns out their cries. It seems the ancient monster has awakened, eager for the taste of fresh prey. As the ship is yanked closer, the captain's heart races with the realization that they are not just fighting for their lives, but for the legacy of every sailor who has ever dared to navigate these haunted waters. The turbulence surges, and suddenly the world tilts. They plunge into the abyss, swallowed by the whirlpool's embrace, and for a heartbeat, time stands still. The darkness envelops them, and the crew clings together, each breath a desperate prayer. A second stretches into eternity, and for a moment, hope flickers like a candle in the storm. What will they encounter in the depths? Will they join the ranks of the lost, or will they find a way to resurface, to reclaim their place upon the waves? As they plummet deeper, a secret whispers through the currents, a promise of discovery, of courage that defies the legend itself. The void thickens around them, and amidst the turmoil, the real battle begins, not just against Charybdis, but against the very essence of fear and fate itself. In the shadows of ancient Prague, whispers fluttered like leaves in a storm. The cobblestone streets, slick with rain, echoed with the soft footfalls of those who dared to tread the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary. It was here, in the depths of a forgotten synagogue, that the air shimmered with unspoken magic, and the very walls seemed to hold their breath. The tale of the golem arose from the depths of despair and hope, a creature of clay fashioned from the earth, molded by the hands of a rabbi named Lu. Rabbi Lo was a man of profound wisdom, his eyes holding the weight of centuries. He walked through the city, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts about the ever-growing threats to his people. The darkness that loomed over Prague was palpable, the fear of persecution festering like a wound that refused to heal. But Lo, with a heart full of purpose and a mind steeped in ancient texts, sought a way to protect his community. With each passing day, the rabbi turned to the secrets of creation. The Talmud spoke of the power of words, the holy names that could breathe life into the lifeless. The letters of the Hebrew alphabet danced in his mind, each stroke a potential spark of life. As he worked late into the night, the flickering candlelight cast long shadows that danced around him, as if urging him on. One fateful night, with the moon hanging low in the sky, Lou gathered the clay from the banks of the Vltava River. The earth was cold, yet in his hands it became warm, alive with possibility. As he shaped the clay, he whispered incantations, weaving the sacred letters into his creation. He envisioned a protector, a guardian forged from the earth itself. The golem would be strong, unyielding, a creature of raw power and unwavering loyalty. Yet, deep within the thrill of creation, a tremor of fear coiled around Lo's heart. What would it mean to breathe life into something so powerful? The line between savior and monster blurred dangerously. The flickering candlelight seemed to mock his doubts. As he pressed the final letters into the golem's forehead, truth, justice, and might, he took a step back, breathless. The creature loomed before him, a hulking figure of clay, its eyes unblinking and devoid of emotion. With a final whisper of the sacred word, a rush of energy surged through the golem. Its body trembled, and then it stirred, rising to its full height, towering over the rabbi. A rush of exhilaration filled the air, mixing with a fresh wave of dread. The golem, now alive, stood silently, waiting for the command that would set it on its path. Lo felt a thrill of triumph, but also a knot of uncertainty. What had he wrought? As the days turned into weeks, the golem became a shadow of the rabbi, faithfully following him wherever he went. It patrolled the streets, a silent guardian watching over the Jewish community. The people of Prague felt a flicker of hope as they walked through the streets, reassured by the looming figure that stood watch against the darkness. But as the golem grew in strength, so did the whispers of fear. The creature, with its enormous hands and unyielding presence, became a source of dread for some. They spoke of a being that might turn against its creator, a protector that could become a destroyer. In the dead of night, when the moon cast eerie shadows, children shuddered at the stories of the golem that could rise against those who misunderstood it. One evening, as tensions boiled, a group of angry men gathered near the synagogue, their faces pale with rage and fear. They believed the golem was not a savior, but a curse upon the city. The rabbi felt the weight of their stares, the anger in their voices cutting through the cool night air. When the men threatened violence, the golem stepped forward, its immense frame blocking the rabbi, an embodiment of the very protection he had created. "Stand back," Lou shouted, his voice firm but trembling. Yet the golem did not listen to him. It stood still, a mountain of clay, eyes fixated on the mob. The rabbi's heart pounded in his chest like a drum. Could he still control this creation? Would his protector become the very thing he feared? A heavy silence enveloped the gathering, broken only by the soft rustle of cloaks and the distant sounds of the city. The golem, in its silent strength, seemed to embody all that was powerful and menacing. The torches flickered, their flames casting long shadows that danced like specters around the scene. The men hesitated, their breaths bated as they weighed the golem's presence. "Please, you must understand," Lou implored, desperation coloring his voice. "It means no harm. It is here to protect." But doubt hung in the air, thick and palpable. The golem loomed over the rabbi, a colossus of clay caught in a storm of human emotion, teetering on the edge between salvation and destruction. From the depths of the crowd, a cry erupted. "It's a monster!" The accusation rang out, hurtling through the night like an arrow. That single word, so simple yet so powerful, sent a shiver through the rabbi. If fear took hold of the people, if they saw the golem not as a protector but as a threat, what chaos would ensue? The weight of the moment pressed down on Lo. He understood that the very power he had harnessed could slip through his fingers like sand. He must act quickly to quell the rising storm before it engulfed them all. Yet, as he reached out to the golem, he felt a tension, the bond between creator and creation fraying at the edges. The air crackled with urgency, and the eyes of the crowd turned from the golem to the rabbi, full of expectation and fear. In that suspended moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Would the golem listen to him now, or would it become a force of destruction, forever changed by the fear it inspired? The night was thick with fog, wrapping the ancient stone walls of a crumbling castle in an eerie embrace. A chill clawed its way up the spines of those who dared tread the narrow paths of the Irish countryside. As shadows danced in the flickering light of lanterns, a sudden silence fell over the land, an unsettling stillness that sent shivers skittering through the air. It was then, in that haunting moment, that the unmistakable sound of hooves echoed like a drumbeat through the silence. The Dullahan was near. Clad in a dark cloak that billowed like a storm cloud, the Dullahan rode upon a magnificent black steed, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. But what made this specter truly terrifying was not just the ominous presence that accompanied him, it was the fact that he bore no head. Instead, he carried his own head tucked under one arm, its face twisted in eternal malice. The head's eyes gleamed with wicked delight, and its mouth twisted into a knowing smile as it surveyed the living who dared to cross its path. Legends whispered that the Dullahan was a harbinger of death, an omen that spelled doom for any unfortunate soul who caught a glimpse of him. As he rode through the desolate landscape, the ground trembled beneath him, trembling in fear of his very existence. The tales were rich with chilling details of how, upon spotting you, he would call your name in a voice that sent chills straight through the marrow of your bones. It was a voice that echoed through the ages, a reminder that fate was never far behind. A long time ago, in ancient times when Ireland was sculpted by magic and folklore, the Dullahan was said to be a reaper of souls, a figure that transcended the realm of the living. His presence was not limited to the grim and desolate. He could be seen galloping through moonlit glades, leaving a trail of despair in his wake. The local villagers knew better than to linger outside after dark, for the tales of the Dullahan spread like wildfire, igniting fear in those who heard them. He was more than just a ghostly figure. He was a symbol of loss, a reminder that life is fleeting. Each night, he would ride relentlessly in search of those whose time had come. With the lifting of the fog, he would sometimes pause at the edge of a village, scanning the shadowy houses. His head, with its wicked grin, would seem to search for the warmth of life, eager to claim its next victim. Once a young man, bold and brimming with life, had heard the tales yet disregarded them as mere folklore. He laughed at the stories shared by the fire, mocking the specter that haunted the night. But that very night, as he lay in bed, a cold wind whipped through his window, carrying with it the unmistakable sound of galloping hooves. The young man's laughter turned to dread as he bolted upright, the chilling realization dawning upon him that he had tempted fate. As he gazed out into the fog-strewn night, there he saw the Dullahan, riding closer. The headless horseman, cloaked in shadows, seemed to sense his fear. The young man's heart raced, pounding against his chest like a desperate drum. The sound of his own name echoed through the night, a haunting whisper that wrapped around him tightly, leaving no room for escape. There were many tales of the Dullahan, of villagers who had glimpsed his figure and were never seen again. Some claimed he pulled up outside homes to call forth the souls of those who had passed, while others whispered of the night he passed through the village square, his presence casting a pall of darkness over the lantern-lit streets. A father, clutching his child tightly, felt the horror rise inside him as the Dullahan's laughter, cold and devoid of warmth, rang out across the night. The child, wide-eyed and innocent, sensed the dread but could not understand the danger that lurked. The village was a tapestry of fear woven with stories of those who encountered the Headless Horseman, their eyes forever haunted by the grim smile of his severed head. The Dullahan was not simply a figure of fear. He represented the inevitable passage of time, the understanding that every life must end. As he rode, the wind would howl, and the trees would bend as if bowing to the specter of death. He was both feared and strangely revered, an embodiment of nature's wrath and mercy. On occasion, some would brave the night, armed with charms and incantations passed down through generations, seeking to protect themselves from his gaze. Yet many would return empty-handed, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that the Dullahan was not to be trifled with. He was a creature of the twilight, a keeper of secrets and sorrow, and those who sought to confront him often found themselves swallowed by the night. As the stories wove their way through the ages, it became clear that the Dullahan was more than mere folklore. He had become a part of the very fabric of Irish culture. Festivals were held in his honor, where villagers would light bonfires to ward off his presence, celebrating the cycle of life and death. Children would tremble with delight and fear as they listened to ghost stories, daring each other to peek out into the night, half hoping to catch a glimpse of the spectral horseman. But as the years turned, the tales faded into whispers, and the once vibrant fear began to dull. The villages turned to modernity, forgetting the stories that shaped so many lives. Yet, on the darkest nights when the fog rolled in thick and heavy, the echoes of that single hoofbeat could still be heard, a reminder that the Dullahan was ever watchful, looming just beyond the edge of light. With every heartbeat, with every pulse of air drawn in a sharp gasp, the legend of the Dullahan remained a chilling reminder that darkness lingers, even when it is no longer seen. And as night enveloped the land, stories would rise again, rekindling the flame of fear and fascination. The Headless Horseman would ride on, his haunting presence forever etched into the landscape, waiting for the next soul to cross his path. In the quiet, mist-shrouded hills of Gévaudan, a darkness stirred. It was a time when whispers curled like smoke around the flickering torches of the village square, where the laughter of children played against the haunting notes of a woman's sobs, mourning the loss of her beloved. But it wasn't just the sorrow that chilled the bones of the town. It was the fear that had settled over the land like a heavy fog, a fear born of something unnatural stalking the shadows. The year was 1764, a year that would etch itself into the annals of history as the time when terror roamed free. The first accounts of the beast began with the tragic death of a young boy, a mere child, whose screams pierced the stillness of the night. The villagers, wary and clutching their pitchforks, gathered in frightened huddles, their hearts pounding with dread. Something was out there, something that hunted with an insatiable hunger, something that left terrible marks on its victims. Deep gouges that told of a creature far beyond the ordinary wolf. As the days turned into weeks, the beast grew bolder, its appetite for carnage unquenchable. Reports came flooding in, sheep found disemboweled, livestock scattered in panic, and, most horrifying of all, the bodies of the townsfolk, mangled and torn. Mothers held their children tightly at night, whispering prayers into the darkness, while fathers patrolled the perimeters of their farms, eyes wide with terror. The beast knew no mercy. It struck with a ferocity that left no room for doubt. The creature was not of this world. Then came the sightings. Flickers of movement caught in the corner of an eye. Men claimed they saw a creature as large as a calf, its fur a dark, haunting black, glistening under the pale light of the moon. Others described it differently, as a wolf. Yes, but one that walked on its hind legs, its eyes glowing with a fervent hunger. It was a patchwork of nightmares, a shape-shifting terror that had every villager glancing over their shoulders. The local authorities were called to action, but with every effort to hunt the beast, the creatures seemed to slip further into the shadows, laughing at their futile attempts. A bounty was placed on its head, drawing hunters from distant lands, armed with muskets and fervor. Yet, as they ventured into the woods, the beast struck again, leaving behind only horror and empty promises. Each failed hunt only added to the villagers' despair, feeding the beast's legend, transforming it into something more than just an animal. It became a symbol of their darkest fears. As the summer stretched on, the toll it took on the region became unbearable. Whole families were wiped out, their homes left desolate. The sounds of laughter faded, replaced by echoing cries of mourning. With each new victim, the beast was no longer just a creature. It became a haunting specter, a figure that danced through the dreams of the frightened townsfolk. They spoke in hushed tones of its cunning, of how it seemed to understand the very essence of fear, striking with a precision that left them gasping for breath. One night, the moon hung like a ghostly lantern in the sky, illuminating a small band of villagers determined to end the nightmare. Armed with torches and weapons, they moved cautiously through the woods, hearts racing, the chill of the night wrapping around them like a shroud. It was here, in the very heart of darkness, that the beast revealed itself in a flash of teeth and fur, a creature woven from the stuff of nightmares. The crack of the rifle echoed through the trees, but it was only the beginning of a battle that would shake the heart of Gévaudan. The beast was relentless. It danced through the trees like a phantom, a blur of motion that eluded the hunters at every turn. They were on the brink of collapse, their resolve tested under the weight of despair. It was a game of cat and mouse that felt as ancient as time itself. Each night brought new terror. The scent of blood hung thick in the air, a reminder that the beast was not just a thing of legend, but a force that knew no boundaries. Rumors began to circulate. Some whispered that the beast was a punishment sent from the heavens, while others claimed it was a manifestation of the land's own anguish. The tales twisted and turned, weaving into a tapestry of fear that hung heavy over the villagers. They spoke of dark omens, of curses that had befallen the region, tales that sent shivers down their spines. With every death, with every new sighting, the beast grew more than just a creature. It became a myth, a living embodiment of their deepest fears. The summer of 1765 arrived with the promise of relief, yet the beast remained a constant shadow, taunting the villagers with its presence. It was during this time that a hunter named Jean Chastel, a man reputed for his courage, took it upon himself to confront the monster. Armed with the knowledge of the land and a heart fueled by desperation, he ventured into the woods alone. The villagers held their breath, clinging to a flicker of hope, praying that this would be the end of their torment. The night was still as he crept through the underbrush, and when the beast finally emerged, its form a terrifying silhouette against the moonlight, Jean's heart raced. They locked eyes, predator and prey, and the world stood still. The hunter's resolve turned into an adrenaline-fueled surge as he pulled the trigger. A roar split the night as the beast faltered, a moment of triumph swelled in Jean's chest. But before he could relish the victory, it vanished into the shadows, leaving him with nothing but the echo of his own heartbeat. The cycles of fear continued to spin, the beast's legend growing with each passing day, spreading beyond the borders of Gévaudan. Stories traveled from village to village, the fear feeding itself, intertwining with the very fabric of the land. People would gather around flickering fires at night, faces illuminated in the dim light, sharing tales of the beast, each story darker and more elaborate than the last. By the time the sun began to set on that summer, the echoes of terror had turned into an eerie lullaby that resonated through the valleys, intertwining with the cries of the wind. Hope flickered like a dying flame, and the haunting presence of the beast loomed larger than ever. In the shadows of Gévaudan, the beast continued to watch, hungry and waiting, ensuring that the fears of the villagers never truly faded away. The moon hung high in the inky sky, casting a silver sheen over the misty forests of ancient China. Shadows danced among the trees, whispering secrets of spirits that wandered the night. Among them, the Huli Jing, the elusive fox spirit, moved with grace and cunning, her presence both enchanting and chilling. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes that shimmered like stars, she was a creature of beauty and mystery, revered and feared in equal measure. Legends told of her magical abilities, the power to transform into a stunning woman, captivating men with her charm and allure. But beneath that captivating exterior lay a heart that could turn cold, leaving behind broken dreams and shattered lives. In the quiet villages, stories passed from one generation to another. Tales of men who had lost their way, lured into the depths of the forest by her beguiling song. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, warning their children to never stray too far at night, for the Huli Jing was always watching, waiting. One chilly night, a wandering scholar found himself lost in the woods, the faint glow of his lantern barely illuminating the path ahead. He had come to seek knowledge, but fate had drawn him to a different kind of lesson. The air was thick with anticipation, and the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadows around him. Suddenly, a soft laughter broke through the silence. Delicate and haunting, pulling him deeper into the thicket. There, amidst the ancient oaks, he saw her, a figure with flowing hair and an ethereal glow. The Huli Jing stood before him, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief. "Lost, are we?" she teased, her voice a melody that resonated in his bones. He could feel his heart race, caught between fear and fascination. She beckoned him closer, and he stepped forward, entranced by the promise of adventure and the thrill of the unknown. As they spoke, the scholar felt an inexplicable bond forming. He shared his dreams, his aspirations, and she listened, her expression shifting from playful to serious. "You seek knowledge, but knowledge can come at a price," she warned, her gaze piercing through the soul. The air thickened with tension, and an unseen force seemed to pull them closer. He could sense the danger, but the allure of her presence was intoxicating. In the distance, the sound of a river flowing echoed like a heartbeat in the silence. The scholar's mind raced with thoughts of what lay ahead. He felt like a moth drawn to a flame, knowing the risks but unable to resist the pull. The Huli Jing leaned closer, her breath warm against his skin. "Stay with me," she whispered, her voice soft yet commanding. "Together, we can weave your fate." But what fate awaited him? In the folklore of his people, the Huli Jing was known to consume the very essence of those who fell under her spell. Men had disappeared, their stories becoming mere echoes in the trees. The scholar's heart pounded louder, caught between desire and the chilling awareness of the tales that haunted the villagers. The moment stretched, thick with tension, as he stood at a crossroads. The forest whispered warnings, but the allure of the fox spirit promised an adventure beyond imagination. He felt the weight of history pressing down, stories of lost souls left to wander, entangled in the webs of desire and deceit. Yet, here he was, staring into the depths of her enchanting gaze, daring to make a choice. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered. A gust of wind swept through the grove, sending leaves swirling like a storm. The Huli Jing's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of something darker. "You are not like the others," she said, voice low and commanding. "You seek to understand, to unravel the mysteries of the universe." A shiver ran down his spine, the air now electric with an unspoken threat. Would he be just another victim? Another story to add to the lore of the fox spirit? In that moment, the scholar realized he was not merely a pawn in her game. He had the power to shape his destiny. "What do you truly want?" he asked, his voice steady despite the fear clawing at his heart. The Huli Jing paused, surprise flickering across her face. power comes with sacrifice," she replied, her voice an enticing whisper. "But it does not have to be yours." The forest grew silent, the weight of their words hanging heavily in the air. The moonlight painted their faces in stark contrast, her beauty radiant, his resolve fierce. They stood like two opposing forces, the embodiment of desire and caution, of dreams and nightmares. Tension crackled between them, a fragile thread binding their fates together. Suddenly, the world around them erupted. Shadows emerged from the trees, figures cloaked in darkness, drawn by the light of the scholar's lantern. The Huli Jing's expression shifted once more, a mixture of anger and fear, as the intruders closed in. "You must run," she commanded, her voice sharp as a dagger. The scholar hesitated, torn between the enchanting spirit before him and the approaching darkness that threatened to consume them both. But before he could decide, she transformed in a flash, her form shifting into that of a beautiful woman, yet her eyes still gleamed with that other-worldly essence. "Leave your heart here, and I will protect you," she urged, her voice a hypnotic spell. The choice lay heavy on his shoulders, and the shadows encroached, dark tendrils reaching out with greedy hands. Just when he thought he could resist, a surge of emotion crashed over him, an overwhelming desire to protect her, to stand by her side against the encroaching threat. He felt the pull of their shared fate, an irresistible bond forged in that moment of chaos. As the shadows drew closer, the scholar took a leap of faith, choosing to stand with the Huli Jing. The air crackled with energy, the weight of history and destiny intertwining as the fox spirit prepared to unleash her true power. In that moment of decision, the line between hero and victim blurred, and the story of the Huli Jing unfurled, binding their destinies together in a dance of danger and desire, leaving the fate of both hanging precariously in the balance. The forest held its breath, the echoes of the past whispering still as the night stretched on, filled with the promise of magic and the haunting chill of the unknown. When the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over the dense Congo jungle, an eerie stillness blankets the landscape. The air is thick with tension, and the faint rustle of leaves whispers secrets of a time long forgotten. Legends swirl like the mist rising from Lake Tele, where a creature said to be a living dinosaur lurks beneath the dark waters, a creature known as Mokalembembe. For centuries, tales of this enormous beast have traveled along the lips of storytellers, echoing through the villages scattered near the lake. Fishermen who venture out at dawn often speak in hushed tones about the colossal shape they've seen gliding beneath the surface, its long neck arching like a bridge, its body displacing water in an unmistakable rhythm. The elders warn that Mokalembembe is not just a myth, it is a guardian of secrets, a watcher of the ancient world. In the small village of Ngombe, children gather around a flickering fire, their wide eyes sparkling with fear and excitement. Old Papa Kofi, with his weathered skin and deep-set eyes, recounts the stories passed down through generations. He describes the creature's massive footfalls that tremble the ground, and how the earth itself seems to hold its breath whenever Mokalembembe rises to the surface. The children shiver, not just from the chill of the night, but from the thrill of the unknown that dances in the air. One stormy night, as rain pounded the earth and thunder cracked like a whip, a group of brave souls decided to seek the truth. Equipped with nothing but their courage and a flickering lantern, they set out towards the ominous lake, their hearts pounding like drums in their chests. The jungle, alive with nocturnal sounds, felt as if it were watching them, every rustle a reminder of the danger that lurked in the shadows. As they reached the edge of Lake Tele, the water shimmered like a dark mirror under the moonlight. It was mesmerizing and terrifying all at once. The group stood in quiet awe, straining to catch any hint of movement. Suddenly, a huge splash erupted from the depths, sending waves crashing against the shore. Gasps escaped their lips as they stumbled back, the lantern's glow flickering wildly. The water settled, but the echo of that splash lingered, reverberating through the air like a heartbeat. Whispers erupted among them, questions swirling like the fog that clung to the ground. Was it Mokalambembe? Had they come face to face with the creature of legend? Their imaginations ran wild, picturing the beast in vivid detail, its scaly skin glistening in the moonlight, sharp eyes watching them with an intelligence that sent shivers down their spines. Time seemed to stretch in that moment, as if the world had paused to witness the unfolding drama. The air thickened with anticipation, the jungle surrounding them alive with a tension that felt almost electric. Then, just as quickly as it began, the moment passed. The water calmed, the jungle resumed its symphony, but the fear and excitement remained, etched into their hearts. Days turned into weeks, and the villagers could hardly contain their excitement. Each night they shared stories of their lake encounters, of dreams filled with the ancient creature. Many began to build their own theories about Mokalambembe's existence. Some claimed it was a dinosaur, a remnant of the past, while others believed it was a spirit, connected to the very heart of the jungle. But as the tales grew, so did the tension. An expedition party arrived, armed with cameras and scientific instruments, hungry for proof. They came from faraway lands, drawn by the allure of discovery. Their heavy boots thudded against the soft earth, and their voices filled the air with scientific jargon that felt foreign to the villagers. While excitement buzzed among the outsiders, a palpable fear gripped the hearts of Ngombe's people. They knew that some truths were never meant to be uncovered. The expedition crew set out onto Lake Tele, setting traps and cameras, their hope buoyed by the promise of scientific validation. But as the sun dipped low once more, a storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds swirling like the secrets of the lake. The very essence of Mokalambembe felt alive in that moment, swirling around them, watching. The waters began to ripple, and an unsettling silence fell over the crew. Something was coming. Suddenly, a massive shape broke the surface, its enormous head rising majestically from the depths. Gasps echoed across the lake as the crew stared wide-eyed. They had found it. Mokalambembe was real, a living piece of history, and their dreams of validation were within reach. The creature's long neck arched gracefully, and its eyes, deep and ancient, seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. But before they could raise their cameras, an enormous wave struck their boat, tossing them around as if they were mere toys. Fear gripped the crew as they scrambled for stability, their hearts racing as they fought against the chaos. But in that moment of panic, Mokalambembe submerged, slipping away into the depths, leaving only a ripple in the water and a deep sense of wonder. Back on the shore, the villagers stood frozen, feeling the tremors of the lake beneath their feet. They had seen it, felt it, a moment suspended in time. The legend was true, but at what cost? The jungle had spoken, and its secrets remained shrouded, intertwining with the lives of those who dared to seek the truth. As dawn broke, the expedition crew was left grappling with their own disbelief, their cameras filled with nothing but darkness. They had ventured into the unknown, only to be met with a warning. The whispers of Mokalambembe would continue to echo through the jungle, a tale of fear and fascination, binding the villagers and adventurers in an eternal dance between myth and reality. The lake, shrouded in mystery, awaited the next brave soul willing to confront the creature hidden in its depths, forever teasing the boundaries of what is known and what remains a tantalizing secret. In the dim light of dusk, the forest whispered secrets that sent shivers down the spine. A chilling breeze swept through the trees, rustling the leaves like a warning, as the shadows danced with a life of their own. It was said that somewhere in this wilderness lurked the Yaramai-ha-hu, a creature with a gaze that pierced the very soul, waiting patiently among the branches for its next unsuspecting victim. The Yara-ma-iha-hu was not merely a figment of imagination, but a part of the rich tapestry of Aboriginal folklore, a being that spoke of both fear and intrigue. Tall and thin, with skin the color of a deep, bruised red, the creature bore a haunting resemblance to a man, yet its eyes glowed with a hungry light that left the bravest heart racing. Its long arms ended in claws, perfect for ensnaring the unwary who wandered too close to its lair. As night fell, the forest transformed. The shadows thickened and the air turned heavy with anticipation. Stories ran wild about the creature's diet, its insatiable thirst for blood. Those brave enough to recount their encounters spoke of being lulled into a false sense of security, entranced by the creature's hypnotic gaze. They would find themselves drawn to it, unable to look away, as if caught in a web spun by the very essence of fear. A man named Tom, a local tracker, had heard the warnings, yet curiosity gnawed at him like a relentless specter. One fateful evening, he ventured deeper into the woods than he ever had before. The trees towered above him, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers, creating an eerie canopy that blocked out the moonlight. Every snap of a twig echoed like thunder in his ears, amplifying the silence that hung heavy in the air. He felt the prickling sensation of eyes watching him, lurking just beyond the veil of shadows. A chill coursed through his veins as he recalled the tales of those who had vanished without a trace. The thought twisted in his mind, and he fought to suppress the surge of fear clawing at his throat. With each step he took, the ground beneath him seemed to pulse, as if the very earth was alive and aware of his presence. Suddenly, a low growl broke the stillness. The sound rolled through the trees like a storm, sending a panic straight to Tom's heart. He froze, every instinct screaming for him to run, yet something rooted him in place. Had he stepped into the realm of the Yaramai-Ha-Hu? The stories told of its ability to mesmerize and ensnare, leaving its victims paralyzed with dread. From the shadows, the creature emerged, its long limbs stretching down like the branches of a tree. Tom's eyes widened in horror. The Yaramai-Ha-Hu stood before him, a grotesque figure cloaked in an otherworldly glow. Its mouth curled into a twisted smile, revealing rows of sharp teeth that gleamed like daggers in the moonlight. Tom's heart raced. He stumbled backward, mind racing with thoughts of escape, but before he could turn, the creature lunged. The world around him blurred as instinct kicked in. He sprinted through the underbrush, branches clawing at his skin as he fought against the darkness. The Yaramai-Ha-Hu's laughter echoed behind him, a sinister sound that twisted in the air and turned his blood cold. The forest became a labyrinth of terror, each turn leading him deeper into the embrace of the unknown. He could hear the creature stalking him, moving with an unnatural grace that sent waves of dread crashing over him. Time distorted. Moments stretched into eternity as his mind raced with thoughts of survival. Would he become another tale whispered around the campfire, another warning for those who dared to enter the forest? With every ounce of strength, he pushed forward, the trees blurring into a chaotic swirl. But then, in an instant, everything went quiet. The oppressive silence was suffocating. Tom slowed, his breath ragged, trying to gather his thoughts. He leaned against a tree, heart pounding in his chest, eyes darting around nervously. Had he escaped? Before he could ponder further, a rustle in the bushes snapped him back to reality. The Yaramai-Ha-Hu emerged once more, its eyes burning with hunger, basking in the fear it had instilled. The creature's form shifted, melding with the shadows, and Tom's breath hitched. He realized he wasn't just being hunted. He was a part of its game. In a desperate attempt to distract the creature, Tom picked up a rock and hurled it into the darkness. The sound shattered the silence, echoing and bouncing off the trees. For a moment, the Yaramai-Ha-Hu paused, its attention diverted. Tom seized the opportunity, forcing his legs to move, propelling himself forward through the underbrush. But the forest had other plans. The ground beneath him shifted, roots groping like fingers, tripping him and sending him sprawling. He hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of him, as the laughter of the Yaramai-Ha-Hu surrounded him, a mocking melody that chilled him to the core. As he lay there, gasping for air, the creature approached slowly, savoring the moment like a predator toying with its prey. Tom could feel the weight of its presence, looming like a storm cloud. The stories had warned of the creature's kiss, a dreadful embrace that drained life and hope. Would this be the end of his tale? In those moments, fear transformed into a primal instinct to survive. Tom rolled away just as the claws sliced through the air where he had been lying. He scrambled to his feet, adrenaline surging through his veins, and bolted once more, his mind racing with a single thought: escape. The forest beckoned with its dark allure, but he would not succumb to its whispers. Each step echoed through the night, a relentless rhythm of life against the encroaching darkness. Yet, behind him, the creature pursued with an insatiable hunger. The chase wasn't just physical, it was a battle of wills, a fight against the very essence of fear that threatened to engulf him. With determination fueled by adrenaline, Tom pressed on, but deep down he knew that the Yaramahahu was not merely a monster of folklore. It was a reflection of the darkness that resides in every heart. The forest, alive with whispers, held its breath, waiting to see who would emerge victorious from this primal dance of survival. The night was far from over. The hunter and the hunted were locked in an eternal struggle, woven into the very fabric of the land. And Tom was but a fleeting thread in the tapestry of terror. Under the haunting glow of the moonlight, shadows crept through the village, whispering tales that sent shivers down spines. The air was thick with unease, thick enough to cut through with a knife. It was in these very shadows that legendary creatures thrived, born from ancient fears and deep-rooted superstitions. Their stories were woven into the fabric of society, pulsating with an energy that could terrify or enchant, depending on who was telling them. Centuries ago, as the world was still young, the first tales of dragons snaked through the valleys of Mesopotamia. These magnificent beasts, with their scales glistening like emeralds and fire raging within their bellies, were not just figments of imagination, but representations of nature's wrath. They served as cautionary tales, warning against greed and hubris. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest pieces of literature, features a dragon guard, the creature representing the insurmountable challenges of life, waiting to be faced by those daring enough to seek glory. In the icy realms of Scandinavia, the Norse sagas told of trolls and giants, creatures that shifted from darkened woods to rocky peaks. The trolls were embodiments of the unknown, lurking just beyond the safety of the firelight, reminding the people of the dangers that lie in the dark. Each tale of the giant who could crush mountains with a single fist, or the troll who stole away children, echoed in the breath of the wind, shaping a culture that both revered and feared the untamed wilderness surrounding them. As centuries rolled on, the stories evolved, but never faded. Across the oceans, the myth of Bigfoot took hold in the dense forests of North America. This enigmatic being, half man, half beast, resonated with the very essence of human curiosity and fear of the wild. Sightings and encounters became folklore that fueled both excitement and dread. Generations gathered around campfires, eyes wide, hearts racing, to hear of the creature that seemed to inhabit the edges of their reality. The thrill of not knowing, of questioning if it was just a story or a lurking presence, kept the flame alive. In the heart of Japan, the yokai, a class of supernatural monsters, became a cornerstone of folk tales. Each yokai had its own story, a reflection of societal fears and moral lessons. There was the kitsune, a fox spirit capable of shapeshifting, often warning of betrayal and deception. It was said that the spirit could blend into society, much like deceit could infiltrate the human heart. The tension between the ordinary and the extraordinary became a dance of ancient caution, haunting those who dared to cross the lines of trust and betrayal. As these tales traveled through time and across continents, the shadows they cast grew longer, intertwining with the very essence of modern culture. Movies, books, and games became vessels for these legendary creatures to thrive anew. The dragon, once feared in ancient stories, soared across the silver screen, captivating audiences and igniting imaginations. Yet the thrill remained. The fear lingered like a ghost in the back of the mind. They were no longer just monsters but complex characters, a reminder of what it means to confront the darkness within ourselves. In the digital age, the urge to connect with these legendary beings surged. Urban legends morphed into viral sensations. Slender Man, a tall, faceless figure, became a chilling embodiment of the anxieties of a generation raised on the internet. His story spread like wildfire, a modern cautionary tale warning against the perils of online culture and the blurring of reality. What started as a sinister image on a forum transformed into a living legend, echoing the same fears that inspired tales of trolls and giants centuries before. Even in the realm of literature, the legacy of fear continued to weave its intricate web. Authors took the old myths and twisted them into new forms, writing about vampires, werewolves, and other creatures that had haunted humanity for millennia. Each creature, with its own set of rules and characteristics, became a metaphor for the struggles faced by individuals in society. The vampire, immortal yet cursed, reflected the human desire for eternal life, while the werewolf mirrored the battle between civilization and primal instincts. Universities began to study the impact of these creatures on culture, examining how fear and fascination intertwine. Documentaries and podcasts brought these ancient legends to the forefront, revealing their relevance in a world that often feels chaotic. The stories reminded people that fear is not just an emotion, but a powerful force that shapes decisions, relationships, and the very fabric of communities. From the haunted houses of Halloween attractions to the chilling narratives of horror films, the legacy of fear manifested in every corner of entertainment. As the night deepened and the fires flickered low, the tales continued to echo through time. Children still listened wide-eyed, clinging to the arms of their parents, feeling a mix of excitement and fear at the thought of dragons, trolls, and ghosts. The stories of legendary creatures, rooted in history, surged through their veins, binding them to their ancestors while sparking their imaginations. With every whisper, every shiver, they became part of an age-old tradition that refused to die. The creatures that once lurked in the dark were no longer just symbols of fear. They became reflections of humanity itself. They illuminated the darker corners of the psyche and offered pathways to confront the unknown. As the shadows danced and stories were passed down through the generations, the legacy of fear flourished, reminding each new generation that they are never alone in their struggles. The bond between humanity and the legendary creatures of the past became a timeless cycle, a tether to the fears that continue to shape modern culture, waiting always in the dark for the next story to unfold.